What if the past you tried so hard to bury resurfaced in the most shocking way imaginable, threatening to unravel your perfectly constructed new life? Ethan adjusted his tie in the reflection of the upscale restaurant's polished window. Tonight's dinner was special, a carefully orchestrated opportunity to show Sarah, his girlfriend, just how much he valued their relationship. With a practiced smile, he walked towards their reserved table, meeting Sarah's radiant gaze across the softly lit room. She looked stunning in her sapphire blue dress. The restaurant, bathed in warm light and adorned with elegant decor, exuded exclusivity. Ethan settled into his seat, offering a smooth compliment as the sommelier poured an expensive bottle of wine. Everything felt perfect, as if life was finally clicking into place after months of uncertainty following his divorce. Sarah was the epitome of his new beginning. Sophisticated, serene, and seemingly untouched by the chaos of his past. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by easy laughter and knowing glances. Then, in an instant, everything shattered. Ethan looked up to flag down a waiter, and his eyes froze on a sight that turned his blood to ice. Standing just a few feet away was Amelia, his ex-wife. She was wearing a server's uniform, an apron barely concealing her distinctly round, pregnant belly. She was pregnant. A wave of nausea washed over Ethan. He couldn't help but wonder how she had ended up here. He remembered that after their divorce, Amelia had flatly refused any financial assistance, insisting she wanted to rebuild her life independently. But seeing her working, pregnant, in a place like this, ignited a searing pang of guilt within him. The air in the opulent dining room suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. Ethan felt his heart pound against his ribs, his hands clenching tightly under the table. What was she doing here? And why was she waiting tables in a place like this? But even more chillingly, whose child was she carrying? Sarah, completely oblivious to the emotional tempest brewing within Ethan, continued talking until she finally noticed his fixed, distant gaze. "Is everything all right, love?" she asked, her tone laced with concern, following the direction of his horrified stare. Amelia, sensing the sudden attention, quickly turned and vanished through a side door. Ethan, speechless, could only murmur something unintelligible. His mind was miles away, struggling to process the scene he had just witnessed. For the 8 months since their divorce, he had done everything possible to leave the past behind, meticulously building a life that excluded Amelia. Yet, seeing her pregnant, he couldn't help but wonder if it had happened during the final days of their marriage or shortly after. The dates didn't quite fit, and that uncertainty added a new layer of confusion to his already racing thoughts. "Do you know her?" Sarah pressed, growing more intrigued. Ethan shook his head, but his denial lacked any conviction. Sarah frowned, but didn't push further, resuming the conversation while Ethan made a strained effort to appear normal. However, his mind was trapped in a whirlwind of unanswered questions. As Sarah talked about her weekend plans, Ethan couldn't help but recall the final days of his marriage to Amelia. They had been difficult months, marked by constant arguments and an irreparable distance. She had pleaded for emotional support, but he, consumed by his work and ambition, had chosen to ignore her needs. When they finally signed the divorce papers, Ethan convinced himself it had been for the best. Now, confronting this image of a pregnant Amelia, unearthed buried guilt and doubts he desperately wished to avoid. The night dragged on, but Ethan barely touched his food. While Sarah spoke, he kept stealing furtive glances towards the side door where Amelia had disappeared, half expecting, half dreading to see her return. She never did. At the end of dinner, Sarah excused herself to use the restroom, leaving him alone at the table. Ethan seized the moment, calling over the nearest waiter. "Excuse me, could you tell me the name of the server who was attending this section earlier?" he asked, trying to sound casual. The waiter looked confused. "Amelia? I think her shift just ended." "I'm not sure, but she's been working here for a few months." The name confirmed what he already knew, but hearing someone else say it sent a fresh wave of nausea through him. Amelia was working there, and had been for months, while he hadn't even given a thought to how she was faring after the divorce. Now, with the information he had, Ethan couldn't ignore what he'd seen. The image of Amelia, pregnant and working in that place, burned itself into his mind as a constant reminder of something he hadn't faced. When Sarah returned to the table, Ethan had regained some of his composure, but his mind remained trapped in a torrent of thoughts. They left the restaurant together, and though Ethan tried to keep the conversation light, Sarah noticed his distraction. "Are you sure everything's okay?" she asked as they got into the car. "Yeah, just tired," he replied, avoiding her gaze. That night, as Sarah slept peacefully in her bed, Ethan lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Amelia's face, her swollen belly, and the way she had avoided his eyes wouldn't leave him alone. For the first time in months, he realized that the past he had tried so hard to leave behind was about to return with more force than he ever imagined. What hidden regrets truly haunt us, waiting for a moment of truth to shatter the illusion of a perfect new beginning. Ethan woke the next day with an unshakable feeling of unease. He'd spent hours tossing and turning, caught in a tangle of memories that time had failed to erase. As he sipped his coffee in the kitchen, with Sarah still asleep, his mind returned again and again to Amelia's image, working in that restaurant, visibly pregnant. There was something profoundly disturbing about seeing her like that, as if her unexpected appearance had reopened a wound he thought was long healed. He remembered the early years of his relationship with Amelia. They had been young, full of dreams and boundless hope. Amelia was a passionate woman, with an energy that lit up any room. She had supported him unconditionally as he built his business empire, sacrificing many of her own ambitions to be his rock. But over time, Ethan began to change. Work became his sole priority, and long nights at the office became the norm. Romantic dinners were replaced by business meetings, and shared weekends turned into hours glued to his phone and email. The distance between them didn't appear suddenly, but like a hairline crack that slowly widened. Amelia tried to talk to him, explaining how she felt ignored, how she needed his emotional support as much as he needed hers professionally. But Ethan always had an excuse. "It's for our future. I just need to close this deal. Soon we'll have more time." Each broken promise was another brick in the wall separating them. The memory of their last argument still haunted him. Amelia had cried, pleading with him to listen, to understand how much she was losing by focusing only on his career. Ethan, frustrated and exhausted, had coldly replied, "If this isn't enough for you, then maybe we should just end it." He hadn't expected her to take him seriously, but the next day, Amelia had packed her bags and left. It was then he understood he had lost her. Returning to the present, Ethan wondered how they had reached this point. Amelia, a woman who had once been his partner and confidant, was now just a shadow of the past he had tried to forget. But seeing her pregnant changed everything. Was that child his? So why hadn't she told him? And if not, who was the father? Guilt began to gnaw at him. He had dedicated the past months to building a new life with Sarah, someone who represented stability and simplicity. But now, he couldn't ignore that he had left a chapter of his life unfinished. He wondered if he had been selfish in taking for granted that Amelia would be fine after the divorce, in assuming she could move on as he had. Ethan knew he couldn't stand idly by. There were too many unanswered questions, too many things he needed to understand. Though a part of him feared confronting the past, another part knew he wouldn't find peace until he did. As he looked out the window, Amelia's face returned to his mind, and with it, a decision began to form. He needed to know the truth even if it hurt. Can a desperate heart find the courage to face a past it shattered, even when the truth promises to be devastating? Ethan couldn't get Amelia out of his head. Days turned into a week, but the image of his pregnant ex-wife, working as a waitress, haunted him relentlessly. At the office, as he reviewed contracts and attended meetings, his mind drifted back to the past, to what he'd left unresolved. At night, when Sarah tried to talk, he'd respond in monosyllables, distant. There was something about that unexpected encounter that had utterly destabilized him, a nagging sense of obligation he couldn't ignore. Finally, his gnawing curiosity overpowered his reluctance. He decided to go back to the restaurant where he'd seen her, this time alone. he said nothing to Sarah. He wasn't ready to explain the turmoil stirring within him. He arrived early, before the dinner rush, and asked for a table with a view of the entrance. Pretending to be engrossed in his phone, he kept his eyes fixed on the staff moving in and out of the kitchen. After a few tense minutes, he saw her. Amelia was there, carrying a tray with the same serene expression she'd always had, though now her eyes held a weariness Ethan didn't remember. Her pregnancy was undeniable. Even though her uniform tried to conceal it, her bulging belly spoke for itself. Ethan felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He didn't know how to approach her, what to say after so long. Yet, he knew he couldn't leave without answers. He waited patiently until Amelia approached a nearby table. Feigning casualness, he called out to her. "Amelia," he said in a soft but firm tone. She froze for a moment, as if she'd seen a ghost. Slowly, she turned towards him, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and discomfort. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice strained. "I wanted to see you," he replied, cutting straight to the chase. "We need to talk." Amelia looked at him with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "I'm working," she snapped, turning to walk away. But Ethan wasn't willing to let the conversation end like that. "Please," he insisted. "Just 5 minutes. Not here. After your shift. I promise it won't be more than that." Amelia stared at him, weighing his words. There was something in his expression that made her hesitate. Finally, she sighed as if reluctantly giving in. "I get off at 10, she said, before walking away to continue her work. The hours crawled by for Ethan as he waited in his car, parked across from the restaurant. When the clock struck 10, he saw Amelia emerge from the back door, wrapped in a light coat. He quickly approached her, his heart pounding. "Thanks for coming," he said sincerely. Amelia looked at him with a mix of exhaustion and resignation. "I don't know what you expect from this conversation, Ethan," she said, "but I don't have time for games. I just want answers," he responded. "I need to know how we got to this point, and if the baby is mine." His last phrase came out almost as a whisper, but it was enough to make Amelia's eyes harden. "Then you'd better listen closely," she said, crossing her arms, "because I'm not going to repeat myself. What happens when the truth you've spent years avoiding slams into your life, demanding not just recognition, but a commitment you never planned for?" Amelia stared at him intently, her expression a mix of exhaustion and steely resolve. Ethan, standing before her, felt the weight of her gaze. She wasn't the same woman he had known. There was something different about her, something time and circumstances had changed. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm as he waited for her to speak. "The baby is yours, Ethan," she finally stated, blunt and direct. Her voice was firm, as if she were tired of carrying the secret alone. "But don't expect that to mean anything more. I'm doing fine on my own, and I don't need anything from you." The impact of her words hit Ethan like a blast of icy air. He had considered the possibility, but hearing it directly from Amelia made the reality feel more tangible, more inescapable. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but filled with confusion and a hint of pain. "We had a right to know, Amelia. I had a right to know." She laughed, but it wasn't a joyful sound. It was bitter, laden with frustration. "A right? What are you talking about, Ethan? When I needed you, you were never there. And now you think you have a right to something." She paused, her eyes narrowing. "I didn't come looking for you because I knew you couldn't give me anything but excuses. I made the decision to move forward without you, because that was best for me and for this baby." Ethan felt Amelia's words pierce through every layer of self-defense he had built. He knew she was right, in a way. He had chosen his work, his ambition, over her again and again. But the fact that she had made such a life-altering decision without including him made him feel even more isolated from what had once been his life. "Amelia, I know I made mistakes," he said, forcing himself to maintain a calm tone. "I know I failed as a husband, but this baby is different. He's my child too. I want to be a part of his life, even if it's late." She watched him in silence for a moment, as if evaluating the sincerity of his words. Finally, she sighed and looked away. I don't know if I can trust you, Ethan. Not after everything that happened. I've learned to manage on my own, and I don't want this baby to go through what I went through with you. Let me prove to you that I've changed, Ethan insisted. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but I want to try. For the baby. For us, even if we don't get back together. Amelia shook her head, still reluctant to yield. I don't know if I can believe you, she said softly, but I also can't deny my child the chance to know his father. However, Ethan, this doesn't mean I'm giving you a second chance. If you want to be involved, you'll have to earn it. Ethan nodded, accepting her challenge. He had a lot to prove both to Amelia and to himself. But at that moment, under the dim streetlights, he felt that perhaps this was the beginning of something new, something he couldn't afford to ruin. What happens when the truth you've finally embraced forces you to dismantle the very life you meticulously built, leaving a trail of shattered expectations? The next day, Ethan returned home, his mind a whirlwind. The conversation with Amelia still echoed in his head, every word laden with reproaches and uncomfortable truths. He knew she was right. He had failed her as a husband, and now he had to prove he wouldn't make the same mistakes as a father. But as he tried to process everything, he also knew there was something else he had to face. Sarah. Sarah greeted him with her usual warm smile, preparing coffee in the kitchen, oblivious to the thoughts tormenting Ethan. You're home early today, she commented softly, pouring the liquid into 2 mugs. How was your day? Ethan hesitated for a moment before answering. He'd been avoiding this conversation, but he knew he couldn't hide the truth from her much longer. Sarah wasn't foolish, and his growing distraction hadn't gone unnoticed. We need to talk, he finally said, his voice serious. Sarah put the mug down on the counter, turning to look at him. Her smile vanished as she saw the expression on Ethan's face. What's wrong? She asked, worried. He took a breath, trying to gather his thoughts. Yesterday, when we were at the restaurant, I saw someone, Amelia. The mention of his ex-wife made Sarah frown. She knew about the divorce, but Ethan had rarely spoken of Amelia, as if she were a closed and filed chapter in his life. And? She asked cautiously. She was working there and she's pregnant. Ethan continued, his voice strained. Sarah, the baby is mine. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Sarah stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief and confusion. She seemed to process his words slowly, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Are you saying your ex-wife is pregnant? With your child? And you're just finding out now? Yes, Ethan replied, feeling the full weight of the situation. She told me last night. I had no idea, Sarah. I didn't know anything until I saw her. Sarah took a step back, crossing her arms over her chest. She had spent months building a relationship with Ethan, trusting that he had left his past behind. Now everything she thought she knew about him was crumbling. And what does this mean for us? She asked, her voice heavy with emotion. What are you going to do now? I want to be part of my son's life, Ethan said firmly. I can't ignore this, Sarah. It's my responsibility. She looked at him with a mix of disappointment and pain. And what about us? Where do I fit into all of this? Or does everything now revolve around Amelia and that baby? Sarah, this has nothing to do with how I feel about you, he tried to explain. But I can't turn my back on my child. I hope you can understand that. Sarah shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. I don't know if I can, Ethan. I don't know if I can be a part of this. Sarah paused, her gaze reflecting an internal struggle. I need time to think. This isn't what I expected from our relationship. Without waiting for his response, she left the room, leaving Ethan alone with his growing sense of loss. He knew his decision would have consequences, but he never imagined they could cost him so much. Ethan stood alone in the kitchen, staring at the door through which Sarah had exited. The house, which normally felt warm and welcoming, now seemed cold and silent. Sarah's reaction had been a blow he wasn't prepared for, but he couldn't blame her either. He himself could barely process everything that was happening, and he knew it wouldn't be easy for her to accept the implications of his decision. The next day, as he drove to the office, Ethan couldn't help but wonder if he was making the right choices. On one hand, his responsibility to Amelia and the baby was undeniable. It was his child, and he couldn't allow himself to be the absent father he had always feared becoming. But on the other hand, there was Sarah, the woman with whom he had begun to build a new life, a life that now seemed in danger of falling apart. During a break in his workday, Ethan locked himself in his office and allowed himself a moment to reflect. He pulled out his phone and, almost without thinking, dialed Amelia's number. The call was brief. He wanted to make sure they could talk later, at a time when both of them would be calmer. Amelia agreed, though with a hint of wariness in her voice. That night, Ethan returned to the restaurant where Amelia worked, this time determined to speak with her more clearly. Amelia met him outside the establishment, with the same tired expression she'd worn since their first encounter. "What do you want, Ethan?" she asked, crossing her arms as if preparing for a confrontation. "I don't want to fight," he said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I just want to talk about the baby, about how we can handle this together." Amelia sighed and nodded, though her stance remained defensive. "All right, talk." Ethan took a deep breath before beginning. "I know I failed you before, Amelia. I know I stopped being the man you needed, and I'm sorry, but this baby is my chance to make it right, to prove that I can be a better man, a better father. I don't want you to do this alone." She looked at him for a long moment, evaluating his words. Finally, she spoke. "And how do you plan to do that, Ethan? Because it's not just about saying you want to help. It's about being there, being consistent, not disappearing when things get tough. I'm not going to put this baby in an unstable situation." "I know," he replied with a sincerity that seemed to surprise her. "And I want to show you that I'm committed. I'm not asking you to trust me immediately, but give me the chance to earn your trust." Amelia watched him, still hesitating, but something in Ethan's determination seemed different. Finally, she nodded. "Okay, but this doesn't change anything between us, Ethan. My priority is this baby. If you really want to be involved, you'll have to prove it." As Ethan drove home that night, he felt a mix of relief and anxiety. He had taken an important step, but he knew the hardest part was yet to come. He would have to balance his responsibilities with Amelia and the baby while trying to save what was left of his relationship with Sarah. His life, once so perfectly controlled, was now a chaos he had to face with determination. What unspoken vows can be broken and new commitments forged when a man chooses to face his past and embrace a future he never envisioned? The days that followed were thick with tension. Ethan, accustomed to having control over every aspect of his life, now felt like he was walking a tightrope. On one hand, there was the commitment he'd made to Amelia and the baby. On the other, his relationship with Sarah seemed to crumble further with each conversation. She had grown distant, spending more time out of the house and limiting any meaningful exchanges to the bare minimum. Ethan knew he had to confront that situation, but every time he tried to talk to her, the conversations ended in tense arguments. Sarah was hurt, and Ethan understood why. But despite everything, his priority remained Amelia and the baby. Ethan decided to focus on what he could do. He knew he wouldn't win Amelia's trust with words alone, so he set out to show her he was serious. One afternoon, after finishing work, he stopped by a baby store. He had no idea what he was looking for, but he walked the aisles with determined purpose. After a quick call to his assistant for advice, he ended up buying a crib, clothes, diapers, and a few toys. That night, he loaded his car with the packages and drove to Amelia's small apartment. As he climbed the stairs, bags in hand, he felt a strange nervousness, like he was about to face a crucial job interview. He knocked on the door and waited. Amelia opened it with an expression of surprise that quickly turned to caution when she saw Ethan laden with packages. "What are you doing?" she asked, crossing her arms. "I brought some things for the baby," he replied, showing her the bags. "I know it's still a while off, but I thought maybe we could start getting ready. I want to help, Amelia." She looked at him for a few seconds that stretched into an eternity, trying to decipher his intentions. Finally, She stepped aside to let him in. Ethan placed the bags in a corner of the small living room and looked around. The place was modest but clean and welcoming. There were clear signs that Amelia was doing her best with what she had. "It's a lot," she finally said, looking at the bags with a mix of gratitude and distrust. "You didn't have to do this." "I know," Ethan responded sincerely, "but I want to. I can't change what happened between us, Amelia, but I can be here now for you and for the baby." Amelia sighed and sank onto the sofa, her gaze softening slightly. "This doesn't change anything, Ethan. It doesn't mean I fully trust you, but thank you. This will help a lot." Ethan nodded, accepting her response without trying to force anything more. He knew earning her trust would be a slow process, and he was willing to wait. A few minutes passed in uncomfortable silence before Ethan decided to leave. "If you need anything at all, call me. No matter the time." Amelia walked him to the door. Before he left, she looked at him with a faint smile. "Thank you, Ethan. Really." As he drove back home, Ethan felt a spark of hope. There was a lot to repair, but at least he had taken the first step. Though his life was still chaotic, that night he allowed himself to believe he was on the right path. Ethan began to get more involved in Amelia's life and the preparations for the baby's arrival. Although she maintained a certain emotional distance, she didn't refuse his help. He spent several afternoons with her, assembling the crib he had bought, organizing the tiny baby clothes, and making sure she lacked nothing. Every gesture, every shared moment, was Ethan's attempt to prove that this time he was truly committed. However, his relationship with Sarah continued to deteriorate. She barely spoke to him and spent nights away, staying at a friend's house. Ethan knew he had to face that situation, but every time he tried to talk to her, the conversations ended in tense arguments. Sarah was hurt, and Ethan understood why. But, despite everything, his priority remained Amelia and the baby. One afternoon, while helping Amelia organize the last details in the apartment, she watched him silently from the sofa. Ethan, focused on installing a small mobile above the crib, didn't notice Amelia's gaze at first. When he finished, he turned to her and saw something in her eyes he hadn't seen in a long time. A mix of gratitude and perhaps a hint of respect. "You've changed," Amelia said suddenly, breaking the silence. Ethan was surprised by her words. "You think so?" he asked, with a small flicker of hope in his voice. Amelia nodded, crossing her arms. "I don't know if you're the same man I married, but I do know that this Ethan is trying, and that means a lot." He sat beside her, taking a moment to absorb what she had just said. "I want you to know that I truly regret what happened before. I can't change what I did, but I'm here now, and I won't fail you again." Amelia didn't respond immediately. She seemed to be wrestling with her own thoughts, her own fears. Finally, she spoke softly. "I don't expect everything to be perfect. I just hope you're consistent. This baby deserves that, and so do I." Ethan nodded, understanding the weight of those words. He knew he still had a lot to prove, but for the first time in months, he felt he was beginning to rebuild something with Amelia, even if it wasn't a romantic relationship. That same night, back at his house, Ethan found Sarah waiting for him in the living room. Her expression was cold and resolute, as if she had made a decision she could no longer postpone. "We need to talk," she said, crossing her arms. Ethan sighed and sat across from her. He knew what was coming, and though it hurt, he also knew he couldn't stop it. "I can't go on like this," Sarah said, her voice firm but laden with emotion. "I'm not the woman who can accept being a second priority in your life. You need to focus on your child and Amelia, and I need something different." Ethan nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "I understand, Sarah, and I'm sorry I put you in this position." She looked at him one last time, with a mix of sadness and resignation. "I hope you find what you're looking for, Ethan. Take care of that baby." When Sarah left, Ethan was left alone, with an emptiness in his chest, but also with a clarity he hadn't possessed before. He knew that even though he had lost Sarah, he was doing the right thing by prioritizing his child and Amelia. It was the price he had to pay for his past mistakes, but he was willing to face it. For the first time in a long time, he felt he was moving in the right direction. Can the arrival of a new life heal old wounds, offering a chance for redemption and a family built on unexpected foundations? The day arrived sooner than expected. Ethan was in his office, reviewing documents when his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw Amelia's name. A knot tightened in his stomach as he answered. "Ethan?" she said, her voice strained. "It's the baby. I'm at the hospital." The words hit him like a lightning bolt. Without wasting a second, Ethan dropped everything and rushed out. During the frantic drive to the hospital, his mind raced, a blur of anxiety, excitement, and fear. He hadn't imagined the moment would come so soon, but he knew he had to be there, that he had to prove his commitment was real. When he arrived at the hospital, he found Amelia in a bed, her face pale but serene. She was accompanied by a nurse who was adjusting the monitors around her. Ethan approached slowly, his heart pounding. "How are you?" he asked, gently taking her hand. "I'm fine," Amelia replied with a weak smile. "I think he's just eager to meet you." They both chuckled softly, though Ethan could feel the tension in the air. For the next few hours, he stayed by her side, making sure she had everything she needed. The wait was long and exhausting, but Ethan didn't move for a moment. He was determined to be there for her and for his child. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doctors entered the room and began the delivery process. Ethan held Amelia's hand tightly, offering words of encouragement as she struggled through each contraction. He had never felt something so intense, so real. It was a moment that would change him forever. The baby's cry filled the room, and Ethan felt his entire world stop. When the doctor placed the newborn in Amelia's arms, Ethan couldn't stop the tears from rolling down his face. It was a boy, perfect and fragile, barely covered by a small blanket. "He's beautiful," Ethan whispered, looking at the baby in awe. "He's our son." Amelia looked at him with an expression of exhaustion but also profound satisfaction. "Yes, he is." The next few minutes were a blur of emotions. Ethan took the baby in his arms, feeling an immediate connection he had never experienced before. In that instant, everything else ceased to matter. The mistakes of the past, the doubts, the fears. There was only him, Amelia, and that tiny being who had just arrived in the world. Later, as Amelia rested in her bed, Ethan sat beside her, holding the baby. "I promise I'm going to be here for you too," he said firmly. "I won't fail you." Amelia, though tired, looked at him with a faint smile. "I hope so, Ethan, for this little one's sake." That night, Ethan felt as if a new door had opened in his life. He had lost many things, but he had also gained something invaluable. The chance to be better, to build something real and lasting, and he wasn't going to waste it. Part 8. The Unconventional Family. What does it mean to truly win in life? Is it material success? Or the courage to embrace an imperfect path to profound connection and a family built on resilience? Months after the baby's birth, Ethan's life had changed in ways he never imagined. His routine, once dominated by long work hours and endless meetings, now revolved around diapers, bottles, and his son's small but significant milestones. Though the path hadn't been easy, every sacrifice was worth it when he saw his child smile or held his tiny hand in his own. Amelia, for her part, had begun to see Ethan in a new light. Although she maintained a certain emotional distance, she couldn't ignore the genuine effort he was making. He was there for every doctor's appointment, every sleepless night, and every small moment that required patience and dedication. Sometimes, she would watch him playing with the baby and wonder if this Ethan had always been there, hidden beneath the excessive ambition that had once separated them. One afternoon, while they were at the park, Ethan pushed the stroller as Amelia walked beside him. It was a sunny day, and the baby slept peacefully under the shade of a tree. Ethan broke the silence. "You know," he said, his gaze fixed on the path, "I never thought my life would take this turn, but now I can't imagine anything different." Amelia glanced at him, evaluating the sincerity in his voice. "You've changed, Ethan. I see it in the way you care for our son." But don't forget you're still building this. Trust isn't regained overnight. I know, he replied with a slight nod. And I'm willing to keep working at it, not just for him, but for you too. I want you to know I'm here for whatever you need. Amelia smiled, a small but genuine smile. You're doing well, Ethan. Better than I expected. Over time, the dynamic between them began to soften. Although they didn't become a couple again, they managed to find a balance that allowed them to co-parent and, in a sense, be friends. Ethan made an effort to be consistent, demonstrating with actions what words alone couldn't repair. One day, while they were playing with the baby in Amelia's living room, the little one, who was already starting to babble, held out his arms to Ethan. "Papa," he said with a mischievous smile. Ethan felt a lump in his throat, his heart pounding. It was the first time he had heard that word from his son's lips. Amelia looked at him, and in her eyes was a mix of emotions. Pride, tenderness, and a spark of hope. "I think he likes you," she said with a smile. "I hope he always does," Ethan replied, taking the baby in his arms. "I promise I'll never fail him." The family that had once been fragmented was now finding its own way. It wasn't perfect, but it was real, and for Ethan, that was enough. He had learned that true success wasn't in his career or his bank account, but in the connections he built with the people who mattered most. And this time, he wasn't going to let it go. Call to action and final thoughts. The unexpected path to belonging. Friends, did this story of transformation and redemption move you? Every decision we make can change not only our lives, but also those of the people we love most. If Ethan's journey towards fatherhood and reconciliation touched you, don't forget to like this video and share it with your friends, so they can also reflect on the power of change and the importance of family relationships. Moreover, if you enjoy stories filled with emotion and inspiring messages, be sure to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. We want to hear more from you. Where are you watching us from? Write in the comments. We'd love to read your thoughts and connect with you.
Elliot Grayson adjusted the lapels of his sharp gray suit, the hum of lively conversation and clinking glasses fading into the background. The ballroom of San Francisco's most prestigious gala was alive with opulence, but to him it felt hollow. As one of the city's leading architects, Elliot was a man admired for his precision and vision, yet he often felt adrift in the very world he had helped shape. The night's event, meant to celebrate the unveiling of his latest skyscraper design, felt like just another obligation, a performance to uphold his image. He scanned the crowd with little interest, his mind wandering to the ache he carried within. It wasn't the fame or success that kept him moving forward. It was something, or rather someone, he'd lost long ago. Charlotte, the woman he had loved deeply during his college years, had been taken from him in a tragic accident that shattered his dreams of a shared future. Tonight, something stirred within him as he slipped out of the venue into the cool evening air. Walking through the quiet streets, Elliot could never have imagined that this would be the night his past would come rushing back in the most unexpected way. The cool San Francisco breeze carried the scent of damp pavement as Elliot wandered aimlessly through the quiet streets. The distant hum of traffic and the glow of streetlights wrapped the city in an ethereal stillness, a stark contrast to the clamor of the gala he had just left behind. His thoughts were interrupted as he crossed a small plaza and noticed a flower cart stationed under the glow of a nearby lamp. Behind the cart stood a woman arranging a bouquet of daisies and lilacs. Elliot's steps faltered. Her profile, illuminated by the soft light, hit him like a thunderclap, a vivid echo of a life he thought he had lost forever. Maya, the name etched on the wooden sign above the stall, seemed utterly ordinary, but her face was anything but. It was as if the years had rewound in an instant. Her soft brown hair and delicate features mirrored someone Elliot thought he would never see again, Charlotte. Unable to stop himself, he approached. "Excuse me," he said, his voice breaking slightly. The woman turned toward him, and for a fleeting moment their eyes met. The resemblance was undeniable. Elliot's breath caught, but before he could say more, her expression shifted. There was no recognition, only guarded uncertainty. She took a small step back, clutching the bouquet as if to shield herself. "I'm sorry," he said quickly, softening his tone. You look like someone I used to know." Maya's gaze lingered on him, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I think you're mistaken," she replied, her voice calm but wary. "I'm sorry, sir." As she turned her attention back to the flowers, Elliot stood frozen, his heart pounding. It couldn't be her. Could it? He took one last glance at her before walking away, questions swirling in his mind. Elliot spent the rest of the night unable to shake the image of Maya from his mind. The resemblance to Charlotte wasn't just striking, it was haunting. By morning, the questions had overwhelmed him. He needed answers. Sitting at his sleek desk overlooking the San Francisco skyline, Elliot dialed his assistant Ryan, whose resourcefulness had proven invaluable in both business and personal matters. "Ryan," Elliot began, his tone measured but urgent, "I need you to find out everything you can about a woman named Maya. She runs a flower cart in Hayes Plaza. Start with city permits and work from there." Ryan hesitated. "Is this business?" "It's personal," Elliot replied, already anticipating the follow-up questions. "Just be discreet." By late afternoon, Ryan called back with preliminary information. "Her name is Maya Rivers," he reported. "She's been running that flower cart for about 4 years. No criminal record, no significant online presence. Lives alone in a small apartment a few blocks from the plaza. Nothing unusual, really." Elliot sat back, processing the details. On paper, she seemed ordinary. A far cry from the vivacious and ambitious Charlotte he had once known. Yet, something about her felt familiar in a way that defied logic. As memories of Charlotte flooded back, Elliot found himself transported to the days of their youth. He remembered her laughter echoing through the architecture studio, her encouragement during late nights as they sketched out dreams of building a future together. Her sudden death in a car accident had shattered him, leaving an unfillable void that no amount of success, no skyscraper, could ever replace. But Maya wasn't Charlotte. Or was she? There were subtle differences. The guarded way Maya carried herself, the faint lines around her eyes. Signs of someone who had faced struggles Charlotte never had. Over the next few days, Elliot found himself returning to the plaza, watching from a distance as Maya worked. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that fate had brought her back into his life. But why had she denied knowing him? If she truly was Charlotte, what had happened to her in the years since that fateful accident? Elliot knew one thing for certain. He couldn't let this mystery go unanswered. Elliot's visits to Maya's flower cart became a daily ritual. Each morning, he would arrive with a cup of coffee in hand, always finding an excuse to linger near her stall. At first, Maya kept her distance, her politeness tinged with caution. But Elliot's persistence was disarming, and slowly, the walls she had carefully built around herself began to crack. "You must really like flowers," Maya said one morning, her tone light but probing as she handed him a bouquet of sunflowers. Elliot chuckled, meeting her gaze. "I do, but I think it's more the company that keeps me coming back." Maya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked away, busying herself with rearranging a display of tulips. "You're not like my usual customers," she admitted softly. Over the following weeks, their conversations grew longer, transitioning from polite exchanges about flowers to meaningful discussions about life, poetry, and the hidden beauty in the mundane. Elliot learned that Maya loved poetry and had a knack for arranging blooms that told silent stories. She, in turn, began to ask questions about him, his work as an architect, his favorite places in the city, and what drew him to her cart every morning. "There's something about you," she said one day, hesitating as if she wasn't sure she should continue. "It's like I've met you before." Elliot's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his tone steady. "Maybe it's just familiarity. You remind me of someone I used to know, a very important person." Maya's brows furrowed, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "Who?" Elliot paused, weighing whether to reveal the truth. "Her name was Charlotte," he said carefully. "She was someone I cared about deeply. She passed away a long time ago." Maya nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. As their connection deepened, Elliot noticed subtle changes in Maya. She began to trust him, her reserved demeanor softening into something warmer. Yet, he could sense the tension within her, the faint but undeniable feeling that she was holding back a part of herself. Each day, Elliot grew more certain that Maya was connected to Charlotte in a way neither of them fully understood. But how could he help her see it without overwhelming her? The first time Maya mentioned her dreams, it was almost in passing. "I've been having strange dreams lately," she said one morning, her voice uncertain as she handed Elliot a bouquet of hydrangeas. "Flashes of places, faces, but they don't make sense." Elliot's breath caught. "What kind of faces?" he asked, trying to keep his tone casual. Maya hesitated, her fingers brushing the edge of a rose petal. "A man's face. Sometimes he's smiling, other times, I don't know. It feels familiar, but I can't place it." Elliot wanted to press her for details, but knew he had to tread carefully. He couldn't risk scaring her off, not when she was so close to uncovering the truth. A week later, the dam broke. They were sitting on a bench near the flower cart, the quiet hum of the city fading into the background. Maya turned to him, her eyes searching his. "Elliot," she began hesitantly, "I feel like I know you. I don't understand it, but it's like there's something connecting us." Elliot took a deep breath. He couldn't hold back any longer. "Maya, there's a reason for that," he said softly. "You remind me so much of someone I lost, someone I loved, Charlotte. And I think you might be her." Maya stared at him, her face pale. What are you saying? He explained everything. The accident, her resemblance to Charlotte, and the dreams she had described. Maya listened in stunned silence, her expression shifting from disbelief to confusion and finally to fear. "This is impossible," she said, her voice rising as she backed away. "If what you're saying is true, then who am I? Everything I've known, everything I've built, it's all a lie." Elliot reached for her hand, his voice steady. "You're Maya, but you might also be Charlotte. We'll figure this out together, I promise." Maya pulled her hand away, standing abruptly. "I need time," she said, her voice trembling. "I don't know if I can handle this right now." As she walked away, Elliot felt the weight of her uncertainty pressing down on him. He had given her the truth, but it was up to her to decide what to do with it. Elliot watched Maya walk away, her confusion and fear cutting him to the core. He realized he couldn't leave her to face the storm of uncertainty alone. Determined to find answers, he decided to dig deeper into the shadows of Charlotte's tragic past and its uncanny link to Maya's present life. The key, he believed, lay in unraveling the events surrounding the accident that had taken Charlotte away. He called Ryan, his ever-reliable assistant, with a new task. "Ryan, I need you to dig into records. An accident that killed Charlotte Carter. Look for anything unusual, especially connections to my father, Victor Grayson." There was a pause on the line. "Victor, are you suggesting he was involved?" "Yes, check," Elliot said, his voice tight. "I have a feeling there's more to this than I've been told." A few days later, Ryan returned with news. "I found something," he began, cautiously. Inside were old police reports and hospital records. Ryan began to explain. The accident didn't kill Charlotte outright. She was found unconscious and severely injured by a passerby who called for help. But here's the strange part. Someone intervened before the authorities arrived. The witness reported seeing a black sedan leaving the scene. That car was registered to Grayson Holdings. Elliot's jaw tightened. And then what? Charlotte was taken to a private facility under a fabricated identity, Emily Carson, a name meant to erase her existence completely. The records show she had amnesia from the head trauma, but instead of reuniting her with her life, she was discharged under mysterious circumstances. "I suspect your father orchestrated this, erasing her identity to keep her away from you." Elliot's chest tightened as he imagined Charlotte, lost and alone, robbed of her memories and thrust into a life that wasn't hers. "How did she become Maya?" Ryan hesitated before continuing. "It seems she was placed in a small-town community under a fabricated identity. Over time, she must have built a new life, not remembering anything of her past. It's likely Victor kept tabs on her to ensure she never resurfaced." Elliot's rage simmered as the pieces clicked into place. His father had not only taken Charlotte away, but also destroyed her sense of self, leaving her to fend for herself under a false name. Elliot confronted Victor, his voice trembling with anger. "You didn't just take her from me. You stole her entire life." Victor's icy reply cut deep. It was necessary. She would have ruined everything. Returning to Maya, Elliot explained everything. Her eyes widened as the truth sank in, her voice trembling. "So, I've been living someone else's life all this time." Elliot took her hands in his voice steady. "No, Maya. You've always been you. And now, we'll rebuild everything they took from you. Together." For days, Maya wrestled with the revelations about her past. The life she thought was hers had been built on a lie, orchestrated by someone she had never known. Yet, through the chaos of rediscovery, one constant remained. Elliot. "You don't have to face this alone," he told her one evening as they stood by her flower cart, the city lights glowing softly around them. His hand rested lightly on her shoulder, steady and reassuring. "I don't even know who I am anymore," Maya admitted, her voice wavering. "You're Maya," Elliot replied firmly, "and you're Charlotte. Both lives, both identities. They're yours. You don't have to choose. Together, we'll rebuild something new." With Elliot's unwavering support, Maya began to embrace both parts of herself. Charlotte, the vibrant woman of her past, and Maya, the resilient survivor she had become. She decided to embrace her life as Maya, while exploring the fragments of Charlotte that lingered in her heart. Elliot, ever patient, stood by her side through every small step forward. Together they came up with an idea, a flower shop that symbolized second chances. They named it the Bloom Room, a tribute to the resilience of love and the possibility of renewal. As the shop took shape, so did their relationship, blending the past and present into something beautiful and entirely their own. As the grand opening of the Bloom Room approached, the little shop became a beacon of warmth and hope in the heart of the city. Its shelves overflowed with vibrant blooms, each arrangement carefully crafted by Maya's hands. Customers came not just for flowers, but for the quiet inspiration the shop exuded, a testament to the power of starting anew. Elliot stood beside Maya at the entrance, their fingers intertwined. The journey to this moment hadn't been easy, but the love they shared had weathered every storm. Maya glanced up at him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and quiet joy. "I never thought I'd find myself again," she said softly. Elliot leaned down, his voice tender. "You didn't just find yourself. You found us, and we're stronger than ever." In the weeks that followed, life at the Bloom Room flourished. Elliot and Maya worked together, their bond deepening with every passing day. In time, they welcomed Maya's lost memories not as shadows of the past, but as pieces of a mosaic that had shaped who she was. Their days were filled with laughter, love, and the promise of a future unburdened by tragedy. Together, they created a life that was vibrant, authentic, and entirely their own, a happily ever after in full bloom. If you enjoyed this story of love, resilience, and second chances, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. By subscribing, you'll be the first to experience more heartfelt stories that inspire and move you. Hit the notification bell so you never miss an update, and let us know your thoughts in the comments below. What part of Elliot and Maya's journey resonated with you the most? Thank you for being part of our journey. Let's continue sharing stories that inspire hope and remind us all of the beauty in second chances. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to subscribe and join our growing family. You can't keep acting like this, Liam, Vanessa Sinclair sighed, adjusting the sparkling diamond bracelet on her wrist. Our guests will notice something's off. Liam Carter sat stiffly in the private lounge of the upscale bridal boutique, watching as his fiancée examined her reflection in the full-length mirror. The custom-designed wedding gown, the flawless makeup, the poised elegance. Vanessa was everything society expected in a perfect wife. Everything's fine, Liam muttered, loosening his tie slightly. Is it? Vanessa turned to him, arching an eyebrow. You're a world-class architect, Liam. You negotiate multi-million-dollar deals, handle impossible deadlines, and yet you're nervous about a wedding? A wedding is different, he said. It's not just business. Vanessa let out a soft chuckle, smoothing the fabric of her dress. It is a transaction, in a way, a merging of two powerful families, a partnership that makes sense on every level. Liam forced a smile, but the weight in his chest only grew heavier. In just 1 week, he would marry Vanessa Sinclair. Beautiful, intelligent, ambitious. She was the perfect choice, on paper. Standing up, he adjusted his suit jacket, feeling suffocated in the lavish boutique. I need some air, Liam said, walking out before Vanessa could protest. Outside, the cool spring breeze brushed against his face, but it did little to clear his mind. 1 more week. 1 more week until he was bound to the woman everyone said was perfect for him. So why did it feel like he was making the biggest mistake of his life? The rehearsal dinner was held at an upscale restaurant in the heart of New York, where crystal chandeliers cast golden reflections on fine wine glasses. Everything was perfect, just as Vanessa had planned. Liam sat at the grand banquet table, only half listening to the chatter around him. Vanessa's parents were deep in conversation with real estate moguls, while his mother exchanged pleasantries with New York's top architects. He tightened his grip around his glass, feeling more like a chess piece in a game he never agreed to play. You okay? Vanessa leaned in, whispering, her poised smile never faltering. Yeah, just a little tired. We still have the bridesmaid and groomsmen introductions coming up. Try to keep up, she said, before returning to her conversation with an important guest. Liam sighed, rubbing his temple. That was when the MC's voice echoed through the speakers. And now, introducing the maid of honor, Emma Collins. Liam froze. That name. His head snapped up, heart pounding, and then, amidst the applause, a familiar figure stepped onto the stage. Emma, the woman he once loved more than anything, the woman who left without a word, the woman he had spent years trying and failing to forget. And now she was standing there, just a few feet away, bathed in golden light. Liam held his breath. A wave of dizziness swept over him. Emma Collins wasn't just a memory anymore. She was back. Liam stood on the restaurant's balcony, taking a deep breath as he tried to steady his pulse. Inside, the sound of laughter and conversation carried on, but it all felt distant, muted beneath the storm raging inside him. A voice called out behind him, soft, yet powerful enough to stop him in his tracks. Liam. He turned. Emma stood there, the glow of the city casting a soft halo around her face. Time had passed, but her eyes, those same eyes that once held his entire world, hadn't changed. 1,000 questions burned on his tongue, years' worth of anger, confusion, and heartbreak fighting to be spoken. But looking at her now, he didn't know where to begin. I didn't expect to see you here, he finally said, his voice rougher than he intended. Emma clenched her hands together, as if weighing her words. Vanessa and I were close in college. When she asked me to be her maid of honor, I didn't think I'd be seeing you like this. Really? Liam let out a humorless laugh. Because I remember you never even saying goodbye. Emma looked away. I didn't think you'd want an explanation. Don't act like this was my choice, Emma. His voice sharpened. I deserve to know why. Silence stretched between them. Emma gripped the railing, her gaze locked on the skyline. Liam, she started, then stopped. What happened? He pressed, patient but relentless. She took a deep breath, as if fighting an internal battle. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter? Liam scoffed. Then look me in the eye and tell me you never loved me, that you left because you didn't care anymore. Emma shut her eyes for a long moment. When she opened them, The pain inside them made his chest tighten. "It wasn't like that," she whispered. "Then what was it?" She bit her lip, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. And when she finally spoke, her voice was barely audible over the wind. "Your mother came to see me." Liam went rigid. Emma turned away, but it was too late. He had already seen the hurt in her eyes. Liam had never felt so completely out of control. He walked into his apartment past midnight, tossing his suit jacket onto the couch, his hands still shaking from the anger simmering beneath his skin. His conversation with Emma replayed in his mind like a broken record. "Your mother came to see me. She told me I wasn't good enough for you. She wrote me a check and told me to leave." But the words that shattered him the most were Emma's next ones. "I didn't take it." Emma hadn't taken the money. She hadn't left because she was bribed. She left because she thought she was doing what was best for him, because she loved him. Liam clenched his fists. His mother had orchestrated his entire life in ways he had never realized. She hadn't just shaped his career, she had stolen his chance to choose his own love. He pulled out his phone. Dozens of messages from Vanessa lit up the screen. "Where are you? Tomorrow is our big day, Liam. Get your head straight. Everything is perfect. Don't ruin this." "Perfect?" Liam let out a bitter laugh. Perfect for who? For his mother? For Vanessa? For the elite society they lived in? Or for him? He tossed his phone onto the table, leaning against the wall, staring blankly at the ceiling. Could he really go through with this? The next morning, Liam stood in the groom's dressing room, staring at his reflection. The expensive tuxedo fit perfectly, not a single flaw. But the man in the mirror felt like a stranger. The door swung open. It was Mark, his best man and oldest friend. "You good?" Mark asked. But as soon as he saw Liam's expression, his smile faded. "Don't tell me you're thinking about running." Liam took a deep breath, his voice quiet but firm. "I can't do this, Mark." Mark's eyes widened. "Are you insane? This is the wedding of the year. Do you have any idea what kind of fallout this is going to cause?" Liam exhaled slowly, a strange sense of clarity washing over him. "I know, and I don't care." Liam stood at the altar, feeling suffocated in the perfectly tailored tuxedo his mother had chosen for him. Vanessa stood across from him, radiating confidence and grace. Around them, hundreds of guests watched in anticipation, waiting for the flawless moment to unfold. Emma stood among the bridesmaids, just a few steps away. She wasn't looking at him. Or maybe she was forcing herself not to. The priest began to speak. "Liam Carter, do you take Vanessa Sinclair to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love, honor, and remain faithful to for all the days of your life?" The air was so still, Liam could hear his own heartbeat. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Vanessa gave his hand a slight squeeze. "Say it, Liam. Just finish this." Emma's fingers curled tightly together, tension radiating from her posture. Liam looked directly at the priest. "No." A shocked gasp rippled through the crowd. Vanessa went rigid. "Liam? What?" Liam inhaled deeply, feeling like he was breathing freely for the first time in years. "I can't do this, Vanessa. I'm sorry." Around them, whispers erupted. His mother shot up from her seat, her face draining of color. Vanessa, the woman who was always in control, always composed, was, for the first time, speechless. "Liam, what the hell are you doing?" But Liam didn't answer her. He turned to Emma. Emma was staring at him, utterly frozen. And before she could react, Liam stepped down from the altar and took her hand. "Come with me." "Wait, Liam." Emma shook her head, panicked. "You can't just..." "I just walked away from this marriage in front of hundreds of people, in front of my mother, in front of the entire world." He tightened his grip on her hand. "If you're running again, then this time, I'm coming with you." Emma's eyes were wide, filled with 1,000 emotions. Then, wordlessly, she gripped his hand tighter. Together, they walked out of the church, leaving everything behind. Liam had no idea how far they had run. All he knew was that as the church doors slammed shut behind them, the world suddenly felt quiet. No more gasps from the crowd, no more rage from his mother or Vanessa, just the sound of their footsteps against the pavement of a New York street. They stopped in a small park, breathing hard, their hands still locked together. Emma was the first to speak. "Liam, you just walked out of $1 million wedding in front of hundreds of people." Her voice trembled. "Do you even realize what you just did?" Liam laughed, an actual, genuine laugh, not the forced kind he had been perfecting for years. "I think, for the first time in my life, I did something I actually wanted." Emma bit her lip, her expression a mix of panic and something else, something softer. "Liam, you just lost everything. Your career, your reputation, the life you built." "No, Emma." He shook his head, looking her straight in the eye. "I just found myself." A long silence stretched between them. Emma blinked, as if trying to process everything that had just happened. "So what are you going to do now?" she asked quietly. Liam took a deep breath. "Start over." "With me?" Emma's voice was cautious. Liam held her gaze, his expression steady. "No, with myself first. You were right. I need to figure out who I am, not for you, but for me. But," he gave her hand a gentle squeeze, "I also don't want to lose you again." Emma looked down at their joined hands, then slowly let go. "Liam, I can't be the only reason you change. I won't make that mistake again." He nodded, respecting her words. "Then, can you give me a chance to prove I can stand on my own?" Emma was silent for a long moment before finally smiling. "All right, but there are no shortcuts this time, Liam." He smiled back, lighter than he had felt in years. "I don't need shortcuts anymore." This time, they didn't run. They walked, one step at a time, toward a future that was uncertain, but real. 3 months later, Liam stood by the window of his small apartment, looking down at the bustling streets of New York. No more lavish parties, no million-dollar deals, no office at the top of a skyscraper. After walking out of his wedding, his mother had cut him off financially, his company refused to take him back, and his former business partners quickly turned their backs on him. He had lost everything. And yet, for the first time in his life, he had no regrets. He had rediscovered his passion, not soulless high-rises, but spaces that actually mattered. Now he worked on community architecture projects, helping transform forgotten neighborhoods into creative spaces where artists and everyday people could express themselves freely. His coffee cup rested on the table as his phone buzzed. "Emma Collins sent you a message." His heart beat a little faster as he clicked it open. "There's a small art exhibit at the community park today. Want to come?" He didn't have to think long. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. "Just to look at paintings?" A moment later, Emma replied, "Coffee too, if you want." Liam smiled. No grand promises, no rushed expectations, just two people, starting over in their own way. He grabbed his keys and stepped out of his small but hopeful apartment, walking toward a place that maybe this time truly felt like home. 1 year later, Liam stood in the middle of the small garden, strings of warm lights glowing above him. It was a space he had designed himself, turning it into a community art haven. But tonight, it wasn't just about art. Tonight, it was about her. Emma stood just a few feet away, guiding a group of children as they put the finishing touches on a mural. Paint smudged her hands, and her eyes sparkled as she laughed with them. Liam's heart pounded. He had spent the past year rebuilding his life, a life he chose. No more family expectations, no more elite society dictating his every move. Just him, his passion for design, and her. Emma turned, surprised to find him standing there, holding a small velvet box. "Liam?" She frowned slightly, confused. He took a deep breath and stepped closer. "I once stood in front of hundreds of people, about to say vows to someone I didn't love." Liam's voice trembled slightly, but his eyes held nothing but certainty. "Today, I don't need hundreds of people. I just need one." Emma's eyes widened as he knelt down. "I spent too long not realizing that the most important thing in my life was you," Liam said, opening the box to reveal a simple yet elegant ring reflecting the golden lights above them. "And this time, I want to do this right. Emma Collins, will you marry me?" Emma froze, tears welling in her eyes. She didn't need to think. She didn't need to run. She nodded, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. "Yes, Liam, yes." Applause erupted from the people around them. "Mark, Emma's colleagues, the friends they had made along the way. But for Liam, only Emma mattered. 1 week later, they had a small wedding in that very same garden. No media, no whispers from high society, just friends, the children Emma taught, and the people who truly mattered. Emma walked down the aisle, this time as his bride. Not an arrangement, not an obligation, but love. Liam smiled as she took his hand, knowing that this time he had made the right choice. Anna sat quietly in the dimly lit room, her hands trembling as she clutched a worn photograph of her young son, Eli. His bright smile, framed by messy curls, was her sole source of strength. The weight of her decision pressed heavily on her chest, but she knew she had no other choice. The room buzzed with quiet murmurs, the sound of polished shoes clicking against marble floors echoing in the vast hall. Tonight, Anna would be auctioned, not as a person but as an opportunity, a woman willing to sign a contract to bear a child for one of the wealthiest men in the world. In the corner of the grand hall, Chris, a man whose wealth was matched only by his mysterious aura, observed the proceedings. He was here for one reason: to secure an heir. When Anna's name was called, she stepped onto the stage, her legs trembling under the piercing stares of the crowd. Chris's sharp gaze locked onto her, and without hesitation, he made his bid. The gavel struck. Sold! Anna's life had just changed forever. Anna hadn't always been this desperate. There were days not long ago when life was simpler, even if it wasn't perfect. She'd spend her mornings laughing with Eli over breakfast, his giggles filling their small but cozy apartment. But over time, the bills piled up. The landlord's threats of eviction grew more frequent, and the sight of Eli going to bed hungry became unbearable. Her love for her son was her guiding light, but it also came with a weight she couldn't bear alone. Every decision she made was for him, but no matter how hard she tried, it never seemed enough. When Anna heard about the auction, it felt like the last shred of hope. The idea horrified her, standing on a stage, reduced to a commodity. But the promise of financial security for Eli made her push aside her pride. She told herself it wasn't about her. It was about ensuring that Eli would never have to endure the struggles she faced. As she sat in the waiting room of the grand hall, surrounded by other women, her stomach churned with fear. Her mind raced with doubts. Was this the right choice? Would Eli understand someday, or would he resent her for it? But the thought of his innocent face and the warmth of his small arms around her gave her strength. If this was what it took to give him a chance at a better future, then so be it. Anna took a deep breath and rose to her feet. She didn't have a choice. She never had. Chris Zaid sat at the far end of the hall, his piercing eyes scanning the stage as if weighing each woman's worth with a single glance. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, he exuded power and authority, yet his expression remained unreadable. Chris wasn't here for pleasure or amusement. He was here for a purpose. A child to carry on his legacy. For Chris, emotions were a luxury he couldn't afford. His life revolved around control, precision, and calculated decisions. The idea of a traditional family held no appeal to him, yet the pressure to produce an heir was relentless. He saw the auction as a solution, a way to secure what he needed without entanglements or distractions. When Anna stepped onto the stage, her vulnerability was evident. Her trembling hands, the way her eyes darted nervously, and the slight hitch in her breath spoke volumes. She wasn't like the others. She didn't carry an air of confidence or ambition. She carried something else: desperation and strength. 5 million, Chris's deep voice cut through the murmurs, silencing the crowd. The auctioneer paused, startled by the bold bid, and quickly declared her sold. Later that evening, Anna sat across from Chris in a private room. The opulence of the space was overwhelming, with gilded furniture and towering bookshelves. But Chris's cold demeanor was what unnerved her the most. He slid a crisp envelope across the table. "This is the contract," he said firmly. "Read it carefully." Anna's hand shook as she opened it. The terms were clear. She would live in his estate, undergo medical procedures to conceive a child, and leave after the birth. In return, she would receive a life-changing sum of money. "Do you understand what this means?" Chris asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Anna met his gaze, her fear barely concealed. "I do," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Then sign," he said, placing a pen on the table. Her chest tightened, but she thought of Eli. With trembling hands, Anna signed her name, sealing a fate she couldn't undo. Anna arrived at Chris's sprawling estate in the early morning, the towering gates parting slowly to reveal a world she could never have imagined. The mansion, surrounded by immaculate gardens and shimmering fountains, seemed to stretch endlessly. Its grandeur only made her feel smaller, more out of place. As the limousine pulled to a stop, a butler greeted her with a polite but detached nod, ushering her inside. Chris was waiting in the grand foyer, his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed on her. "Welcome," he said curtly. "You'll find your accommodations prepared. Amira, my housekeeper, will show you around and explain the rules." His voice carried no warmth, and Anna could feel the weight of his control in every word. Amira, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, led her through the endless hallways. Despite her gentle demeanor, Anna sensed an unspoken caution in the way Amira interacted with her. In her room, a space larger than her entire apartment, Anna found a wardrobe filled with elegant clothes, all carefully selected for her. She hesitated before touching anything, feeling like a guest in someone else's life. Days turned into weeks, and her interactions with Chris remained strictly formal. They shared sparse conversations, mostly about the logistics of the agreement. Chris treated her as though she were another asset in his meticulously controlled world. Yet, Anna couldn't ignore the glimpses of humanity she occasionally saw in him. Once, she found him in the garden, carefully pruning a bonsai tree. His focus was intense, and when she asked about it, he simply replied, "It belonged to my mother." His voice softened ever so slightly, and for a moment, Anna saw something deeper, a man shaped by loss and isolation. But those moments were fleeting. Most of the time, Chris was distant, his walls firmly in place. Anna spent her days wandering the mansion, feeling more like a prisoner than a participant in this arrangement. She thought often of Eli, wondering if she had made the right choice. At night, as she lay in the enormous bed, she clung to the thought of him, her only source of comfort in this cold, unfamiliar world. Anna had done her best to keep her personal life hidden, but secrets have a way of surfacing. One evening, while exploring the mansion, Chris walked into her room unannounced. His sharp gaze immediately landed on a photograph sitting on her nightstand, a picture of a young boy with curly hair and a bright smile. He picked it up, his expression unreadable, before turning to face her. "Who is this?" he asked, his tone calm but edged with curiosity. Anna's heart raced. She had feared this moment, but knew it couldn't be avoided forever. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "He's my son. His name is Eli." Chris's brow furrowed as he set the photograph back on the nightstand with deliberate care. "You didn't mention you had a child before signing the contract. Why hide this?" Anna hesitated, her voice trembling. "I was afraid you'd reject me. For the agreement. I needed this. For him." "For him?" Chris's tone hardened slightly. "You agreed to bring another child into this world, yet you left your own son behind. How do you reconcile that?" Tears welled up in Anna's eyes. "Because I didn't have a choice," she admitted, her voice breaking. "We were barely surviving, the bills, the hunger. I couldn't let Eli suffer anymore. This was my only way to secure his future." Chris stood silently, his sharp features softening ever so slightly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke, his tone unusually gentle. "Bring him here." Anna blinked, unsure if she had heard correctly. "What?" "Your son," Chris clarified, his gaze steady. "He shouldn't be separated from his mother. Have him live here. It will be easier for you to care for him, and it ensures you won't be distracted." Anna's breath caught in her throat. The idea of having Eli close to her, safe and cared for, was something she hadn't dared to hope for. "Thank you," she whispered, barely able to contain the relief and gratitude coursing through her. Chris nodded curtly, already turning to leave. "I'll have Amira prepare a room for him. Make the arrangements." As the door closed behind him, Anna collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her face. For the first time since signing the contract, she felt a glimmer of hope, a chance to give Eli a better life, even within the confines of this strange and uncertain arrangement. A week later, the mansion came alive with the sound of a child's laughter. Eli's wide eyes sparkled with wonder as he explored the sprawling estate, his small hands reaching out to touch the luxurious furnishings and curious decorations. For Anna, seeing him here, safe and happy, felt like a dream she didn't dare believe was real. Chris observed Eli from a distance, his usually stoic expression betraying a hint of curiosity. He wasn't accustomed to children, and the boy's energy was a stark contrast to the quiet, rigid environment he had cultivated. Still, there was something disarming about Eli's innocent enthusiasm. One afternoon, as Chris worked in his study, Eli peeked around the doorframe. "What are you doing?" the boy asked baldly, his head tilted with curiosity. Chris looked up, momentarily taken aback. "I'm reviewing documents," he replied, his tone even. Eli wandered in, unabashed. "Is it fun?" Chris couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that surprised even himself. "Not particularly," he admitted. Anna appeared moments later, breathless and apologetic. "I'm so sorry," she began, reaching for Eli's hand. "I told him not to disturb you." "It's fine," Chris interrupted, his voice calm but thoughtful. "Curiosity can lead to growth. Maybe one day he'll be running his own empire." Anna blinked, startled by his unexpected response. In that brief exchange, she saw a side of Chris she hadn't before. A man who, beneath his cold exterior, might have the capacity for kindness. Over time, small moments like this began to accumulate. Chris made an effort to include Eli in his daily life, from inviting him to walk through the gardens to teaching him simple games of strategy. Though his gestures were subtle and understated, Anna noticed them all. One evening, as Anna tucked Eli into bed, he looked up at her with a thoughtful expression. "Mr. Chris is nice," he said simply, his words carrying the innocent sincerity of a child. Anna smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from his face. "He's learning to be," she replied. That night, as she sat on the balcony, gazing at the stars, Anna felt a shift within her. The walls around Chris seemed to be cracking, piece by piece, and for the first time, she allowed herself to wonder if this arrangement could become something more. Months passed, and the mansion began to feel less like a gilded cage and more like a home. Anna watched as Chris and Eli grew closer, their bond forming in ways she hadn't anticipated. Chris, once distant and reserved, now spent his evenings playing chess with Eli or answering his endless questions about the world. But it was during a quiet afternoon in the garden that everything began to change. Anna had been watching from the balcony as Chris helped Eli plant a small flower in the corner of the meticulously maintained garden. The sight stirred something in her, a warmth she hadn't felt in years. That evening, as Anna settled Eli into bed, she lingered at his door, her heart heavy with thoughts of their future. Chris's gestures had been kind, but they didn't erase the reality of the contract. Soon, the child she was carrying would be born, and she would be expected to leave. Later that night, as Anna sat in the library with a book she wasn't really reading, Chris entered the room. His presence filled the space, but for once, it didn't feel imposing. "We need to talk," he said, his voice softer than usual. Anna set the book aside, her heart quickening. "About what?" Chris sat across from her, his expression uncharacteristically vulnerable. "About the contract," he began. "I know it was meant to be a simple agreement. You'd have the child and then leave." Anna's stomach tightened. She nodded but didn't speak. "But things have changed," Chris continued, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. "Having Eli here, seeing how you've made this house feel alive, I can't imagine it going back to how it was." Anna's breath caught as his words sank in. She met his gaze, searching for any sign of hesitation, but found none. "What are you saying?" she asked quietly. "I'm saying I don't want you to leave," Chris said firmly. "Not you, not Eli, not the baby. I want us to try to build something real." Anna felt her heart swell with conflicting emotions. Hope, fear, and disbelief. She had longed to hear these words, but she knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. "Prize," she began, her voice trembling. "This isn't something we can decide lightly." "I know," he replied, leaning forward, "but I'm willing to try if you are." For the first time, Anna allowed herself to believe that their story could have a different ending. The days following Chris's confession were filled with quiet but meaningful changes. He called his lawyers to revise the contract, removing the clause that required Anna to leave after the baby was born. Instead, he outlined a future where she and Eli could stay, not as obligations, but as a family. When Chris shared the revised contract with Anna, she hesitated, her hands trembling as she held the papers. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Chris met her gaze, his expression sincere. "Because I don't want you to feel trapped," he said softly. "I want you to stay because you choose to, not because you're bound by a piece of paper." Anna's eyes filled with tears, but this time they were tears of relief and gratitude. For the first time, she felt seen, not as part of an agreement, but as someone who mattered. One evening, Anna approached Chris in the library, holding an envelope in her hand. She hesitated at the door before softly calling his name. He looked up from the document he was reviewing, immediately noticing the nervous energy about her. "Is something wrong?" he asked, standing and walking toward her. Anna took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with emotion as she handed him the envelope. "No, not wrong," she began, her voice trembling. "I just thought you should know." Chris opened the envelope and pulled out a medical report. His eyes scanned the page, and then he froze. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought, as if the words on the page carried a weight he wasn't prepared for. Slowly, his gaze lifted to meet Anna's. "You're pregnant?" he asked, his voice quiet, almost disbelieving, but there was a glimmer of something else. Joy. Anna nodded, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "I just found out today," she admitted. "I wasn't sure how to tell you, but here we are." For a moment, Chris said nothing, his expression unreadable. Then, a smile broke across his face, small at first, but growing until it lit up his usually reserved features. "Anna, this is incredible," he said, his voice full of genuine joy. The warmth in his reaction made tears spill down Anna's cheeks. "I wasn't sure how you'd feel," she confessed. "How could I feel anything but happy?" Chris replied, stepping closer and taking her hands in his. "You've given me something I never thought I'd have. A family. This child, Eli, you've changed everything for me." The announcement brought a new energy to the mansion. Chris and Eli worked together to prepare the nursery, carefully assembling a crib while Anna watched with quiet amusement. Eli was thrilled by the news, eagerly declaring himself the baby's big brother and proudly telling anyone who would listen. One quiet evening, as the three of them sat in the garden beneath a blanket of stars, Eli leaned against Chris's arm. "Does this mean we're a real family now?" he asked, his voice filled with innocent hope. Chris smiled, placing a gentle hand on Eli's shoulder. "Yes," he said firmly, his voice carrying an assurance that even Eli could understand. Looking at Anna, his eyes softened with a tenderness that spoke volumes. "We are a family now, and that will never change." For Anna, the journey had been unexpected and challenging, but as she sat there with Eli and Chris, she realized they had built something worth fighting for: a home, a future, and a family. Months passed, and the mansion transformed into a place of warmth and laughter. Eli's cheerful voice echoed through the grand halls as he explored every corner of his new home, his happiness contagious. The nursery was finally ready, adorned with soft pastels, plush toys, and a mobile that twinkled with little stars. Anna marveled at the sight, her heart swelling with gratitude as she realized how far they had come. Chris, once a man defined by his cold precision, now embraced the chaos and joy that came with family. He spent his mornings working, but his afternoons were reserved for walks in the garden with Anna and Eli. He had even taken to reading bedtime stories to Eli, a ritual that became their special time together. One evening, Chris surprised Anna with a small celebration in the garden, stringing fairy lights across the trees and setting up a candlelit table. As they sat together, he raised his glass. "To you," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "for giving me what I didn't even know I needed. A family, a home, and hope." Anna smiled, her eyes shimmering with tears. "And to you," she replied softly, for proving that even the most unlikely beginnings can lead to something beautiful. The months leading to the baby's birth were a time of growth for all of them. Chris's once empty mansion now buzzed with life, its coldness replaced by the warmth of a family learning to love and trust. The night their baby arrived, Chris held the tiny newborn in his arms, his eyes glistening with emotion. He looked at Anna, who was resting after a long labor, and whispered, "He's perfect, just like his mother." As Anna drifted into sleep, Chris sat beside her, their son nestled in his arms. The mansion, once a symbol of isolation, now pulsed with life and love. Together, they had turned an improbable arrangement into a life they never could have imagined. A family bound not by a contract, but by something far stronger: love. What did you think of Anna and Chris's journey? Would you have made the same choices? Share your thoughts in the comments below and rate this story from 0 to 10. If you enjoyed this heartfelt tale, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more inspiring stories. See you in the next one. Olivia Carter never imagined that her first day at Sterling Dynamics would turn into a complete disaster. As an ambitious executive assistant, she wanted to make a great impression. Instead, chaos welcomed her. The moment she stepped into the building, a major system failure struck. Servers crashed, employees panicked, phones rang nonstop. "None of the files are accessible," someone shouted. "We might lose everything." Olivia gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. She quickly dialed IT support, but the line was busy. Perfect. The digital age, yet technology decides to betray me on my first day, she muttered, slamming the phone onto the desk. Right then, a tall, sharply dressed man walked into the office. Impeccable suit, polished shoes, a commanding presence, yet he looked far too calm amidst the chaos. Olivia didn't think twice. She marched straight up to him. "You took way too long. Get to work. Our system is down." The man raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. "Excuse me, what?" Olivia crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently. "No time for questions. Fix it now, before I lose my job." She had no idea that the man standing before her wasn't an IT technician. He was Nathan Sterling, the CEO of the company. Without wasting a second, Olivia pushed the man into the chair and pointed at the screen. "Hurry up, just press a few keys and fix this already." Nathan raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "And what if I told you I can't fix it?" he asked, his tone calm. Olivia let out an exasperated sigh. "Oh, fantastic. First day on the job and I get stuck with an IT guy who has no idea what he's doing." Nathan remained composed, but there was an undeniable glint of amusement in his eyes. "So, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Pretend to care. Type something. Look like you're actually trying." Olivia crossed her arms, emphasizing every word like a boss giving orders. Nathan shrugged, then slowly placed his hands on the keyboard, tapping a few keys as if he was putting in the world's greatest effort. Olivia leaned in, watching closely. "Wow. So slow. Are you typing with just one finger?" Nathan glanced up, smirking. "Are you seriously telling me to work faster?" "Yes. What do you think this is? Brain surgery? Just click something, fix it, and let's move on." Nathan sighed dramatically, then pressed a single key on the keyboard. The entire office lit up as the system came back online. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. "Hallelujah!" someone cheered. Olivia clapped her hands, victorious. "Finally! That wasn't so hard, was it?" But then she noticed Nathan adjusting his cufflinks, his smirk growing. "And who said I work here?" Olivia froze. Her brain took a full 3 seconds to process his words. Right at that moment, a man in a gray suit rushed in, slightly out of breath. "Mr. Sterling, the board is waiting for you in the meeting room." Silence. Every single person in the office stared at Olivia. Nathan folded his arms, tilting his head slightly, clearly entertained. "Miss Carter," Nathan leaned in slightly, his smirk widening. "Any more orders for me?" Olivia felt her entire world collapse in slow motion. The air in the office grew unbearably thick as every pair of eyes fixated on her. "Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! This isn't happening!" Heat flooded her face. Her palms went ice cold. She wanted the floor to swallow her whole. Olivia felt the ground disappear beneath her feet. She had just bossed around, scolded, and even rushed the CEO of the company like he was a clueless intern. And now he was staring directly at her, clearly entertained by this disaster. "I'm so fired." No one moved. No one even dared to breathe. Then Nathan let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. "That was interesting." He turned to his assistant. "The board has been waiting long enough. Let's go." Olivia exhaled, thinking she had escaped. Maybe she could apologize later and salvage what was left of her dignity. But then, "Miss Carter, come with me." She froze. "I? What?" Nathan raised an eyebrow. "You wanted to explain the system issue to the board, didn't you?" The entire office held its breath. It felt like she had just been dragged into a courtroom with Nathan as the all-powerful judge. With no way out, she forced her legs to follow him into the boardroom. 20 minutes later, Olivia sat stiffly at the massive boardroom table, surrounded by high-level executives all staring at her. "So, how exactly did you solve the issue?" one director asked. Olivia swallowed hard. "Well, I made a mistake." Silence. She squeezed her eyes shut, then decided to just say it. "I mistook Mr. Sterling for an IT technician and asked him to fix the system." The room went dead silent. One of the directors dropped his pen out of pure shock. Nathan leaned back in his chair, amusement flickering in his eyes. And she was quite efficient, rude but efficient. No one dared to laugh, but a few executives coughed awkwardly, struggling to hold it in. Olivia just wanted to disappear into thin air. When the meeting ended, Nathan walked up to her slowly. "You're the first person to ever give me orders." Olivia nodded cautiously. "I apologize?" Nathan folded his arms, considering something, then finally spoke words she never expected. "I want you as my personal assistant." Olivia blinked rapidly. "Excuse me?" "Starting today, you work directly with me." Her mind went blank. One moment she was yelling at the CEO. Now she was his assistant? She wasn't sure if this was a career opportunity or a life sentence. But one thing was clear. Her life was never going to be the same. Olivia still couldn't believe what had just happened. Just hours ago, she thought she'd be fired. Now, she was the personal assistant to the CEO. Everything was happening too fast. As soon as Olivia sat down at her new desk, the phone began ringing nonstop. Before she could even answer, Nathan appeared, holding a thick folder. "You have 3 days to organize a charity gala for the company," he said casually. Olivia blinked. 3 days? That's right, the guest list includes top CEOs, politicians, and the media. I expect perfection. Olivia gaped at him. A high-profile event in 3 days? Waited, doesn't the company have an event planning team? Yes, but now you're in charge. Nathan shrugged. Olivia wanted to scream, but instead she gripped the folder tightly and tried to stay calm. The next 3 days were pure chaos. The florist canceled last minute. The venue requested last-minute design changes. The band backed out. The menu hadn't been approved. Olivia ran around the office, made dozens of phone calls, and tried to fix everything before it was too late. Meanwhile, Nathan remained completely unbothered. On the final day, Olivia stormed into his office, her eyes dark from exhaustion. "We have a serious problem," she announced. Nathan looked up, as if he had been expecting this. "Tell me." Olivia slammed the folder onto his desk. "The decorator quit, the band canceled, the chef refuses to adjust the menu, and I haven't slept in 3 days?" Nathan rested his chin on his hand, watching her. "So, in other words, everything is a disaster?" Olivia groaned. A very accurate summary. He didn't seem concerned. Instead, he picked up his phone and made a call. "George, I want the guest list and invitations finalized by tonight." After hanging up, he turned to Olivia. "The rest is up to you." Olivia stared at him. "That's it? No backup plan? No motivational speech?" Nathan smirked. "You don't need luck. You need coffee." Olivia glared at him, but still turned around and got back to work. Despite all the setbacks, the gala turned out perfect. Nathan stood beside Olivia, holding a glass of wine, his expression unreadable. "You did better than I expected." Olivia was exhausted but proud. One thing was certain, she had passed Nathan Sterling's first test. Olivia stood still amidst the dazzling scene of the gala. After 3 days of racing against time, everything was finally perfect. The grand chandeliers glowed, the elegant tables gleamed, and the city's most powerful people chatted over fine wine. She had done it, but instead of celebrating, Olivia felt a pair of eyes watching her. Nathan Sterling, as calm and unreadable as ever, stood across the room, a glass of wine in his hand, his gaze fixed on her. He was watching her. Olivia tried to ignore it, but her heartbeat betrayed her. Needing a moment to breathe, she stepped out onto the balcony, letting the cool air clear her mind. But before she could relax, a voice sounded behind her. "Running away?" Olivia turned around, facing David Lancaster, a sharp businessman and one of Nathan's biggest rivals. Just enjoying a moment of peace." She folded her arms. David smirked, swirling his drink. "You and Nathan seemed close." Olivia frowned. "We work together." "Do you really believe that's all it is?" David tilted his head, his voice layered with meaning. Before Olivia could answer, a deep voice interrupted. "I don't recall inviting you into this conversation." Nathan stood at the entrance, his eyes cold and unwavering. David chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Relax, Sterling, just a harmless chat." Nathan didn't blink. "Olivia doesn't need your insinuations." David held his gaze for a moment, then shrugged and walked away, but not before casting Olivia one last knowing glance. Once they were alone, Nathan turned to Olivia. "Did he bother you?" Olivia forced a small smile. "I can handle myself." Nathan stepped closer, narrowing the space between them. "I know." His voice was softer now. "But that doesn't mean I'll stand by and watch." Olivia swallowed. Something had shifted between them. Nathan held her gaze. Then he leaned in slightly, but stopped. Waiting. Olivia didn't step back. She didn't kiss him, but she also didn't walk away. Nathan smirked, as if he knew exactly what was happening. "We have time," he murmured, stepping back, leaving her with a racing heart and more confusion than ever. Olivia thought that after that fateful night, everything would go back to normal. She was wrong. From that day, Nathan began a quiet but persistent pursuit. He was everywhere: meetings, coincidental lunches, even delivering coffee to her desk every morning. "Do you seriously have nothing better to do?" Olivia folded her arms. Nathan just shrugged, smirking. "I do, but no deal, no project, no billion-dollar contract is as important as this." At first, Olivia thought it was a joke, but Nathan never gave up. One late night, as she worked alone, Nathan appeared at her office door, holding a box of pastries. "You haven't eaten, have you?" Olivia sighed. "Why do you keep doing this?" Nathan stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "Because I care about you, and I'll keep doing this until you realize you care about me too." She thought she could keep resisting, but then on a rainy night, Nathan called, "Come downstairs." Looking out the window, she saw him standing in the rain, umbrella in hand, waiting. When she reached him, Nathan gently touched her cheek, his voice soft but firm. "Give me a chance." Olivia had fought this long enough. She placed her hand on his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, strong, unwavering, just like him. She let out a breath she didn't even realize she had been holding. "All right, Nathan," she whispered. "You win." Nathan's smile grew as he pulled her closer. "You won't regret it." And this time Olivia knew she wouldn't run away. 1 year later, Olivia stood on the rooftop of Sterling Dynamics, the night breeze brushing against her skin, carrying the distant hum of the city below. She didn't understand why Nathan had called her up here on a Saturday night, but the moment she stepped onto the helipad, her breath caught. The city lights stretched endlessly beneath her, sparkling like a universe turned upside down. A narrow path, scattered with rose petals, led straight to where Nathan was standing. Dressed in a sleek black suit, his hair slightly tousled from the wind, his gaze unchanged, still looking at her the same way. Olivia let out a small laugh, crossing her arms. "Nathan, what are you up to now?" He stepped closer, took her hands in his, and pulled her gently toward him. "Something I've been thinking about for a long time." Her heartbeat pounded. "Olivia," his voice was deep, steady. "Since the day you walked into my life, I haven't had a single, boring moment." She laughed softly, but her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "I used to believe I had control over everything, but then you showed up and I realized I don't want control anymore." Nathan slowly lowered himself to one knee, pulling out a small velvet box. A ring gleamed under the city lights. "Olivia Carter," Nathan's voice was steady, but his hands trembled ever so slightly. "I've built empires, closed impossible deals, and led thousands of people, but nothing has ever terrified me more than this moment." He took a deep breath, eyes locked onto hers. "Would you do me the honor of making sure I never win another argument for the rest of my life?" Tears spilled down Olivia's cheeks. No hesitation, no doubt. Yes. Nathan smiled, slipping the ring onto her finger, then pulled her into a kiss. Deep, passionate, and filled with everything he couldn't say in words. Behind them, fireworks exploded, painting the sky in brilliant colors. But Olivia saw only one thing: the man in front of her, the man she never thought she'd love, the man she couldn't imagine living without. 3 months later, "Are you nervous?" Nathan leaned in, whispering as Olivia stood at the end of the aisle, her wedding dress making her look like a literal goddess from a fairy tale. Olivia swallowed hard, gripping her bouquet. "No, I'm fine," she said, but her voice was absolutely not fine. Nathan smirked. "Good, because you're about to marry the man you once ordered around like a clueless intern." Olivia stomped on his foot. "Can you not bring that up on our wedding day?" Nathan chuckled. "Not a chance." The ceremony was perfect, and everyone could feel the chaotic but undeniable love between them. When it was time for their vows, Olivia tried to keep a straight face. "Nathan Sterling, you are the most infuriating man I have ever met, but somehow you're also the only one I can't live without. I promise to love you, take care of you, even when you constantly annoy me." Nathan grinned, squeezing her hands. "Olivia Carter, you are the first woman to ever boss me around like an IT guy, and somehow I fell in love with that. So I promise to love you, even when you keep ordering me around every single day." 3 months after the wedding, Nathan sat on the couch, casually reading the newspaper. Olivia walked into the kitchen, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised. "Hey, darling husband, get me a coffee." Nathan peeked over his newspaper. "Oh, another order. Let me guess. You forgot that you're not my boss anymore, didn't you?" Olivia narrowed her eyes. "Do you want to survive today?" Nathan closed the newspaper, pretending to think. "You know, since we got married, I've realized something." "What?" Olivia crossed her arms, suspicious. Nathan grinned mischievously. "I am no longer the CEO of Sterling Dynamics. I am officially an intern for Olivia Sterling." Olivia laughed, flipping her hair dramatically. "Took you long enough to figure it out?" Nathan sighed dramatically, standing up to pour her coffee. "How did I end up marrying such a terrifying woman?" Olivia took the coffee, sipping it like a queen. "Because you like it." Nathan leaned closer, smirking. "Like, oh no, darling." He reached for her hand dramatically. "I am utterly, hopelessly, tragically in love with my terrifying wife." Olivia rolled her eyes, laughing as she swatted his arm. And before Olivia could respond, Nathan pulled her into a kiss. Just to remind her that no matter who was in charge at home, they were always a team. Life with Olivia and Nathan was never boring. They could argue over who should do the dishes. Nathan could tease Olivia every day about how she once ordered him around, but behind every playful jab was an unshakable love. One evening, Olivia curled up on the couch, watching a movie with a bowl of popcorn in her lap. Nathan glanced at her, then narrowed his eyes. She realized something. Olivia glanced over. "What?" Nathan smirked. "You don't order me around anymore." Olivia shrugged. "That's because I don't need to. You already do everything I want automatically." Nathan burst out laughing. "I married an evil genius." Olivia grinned victoriously, and Nathan pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "And I love it. What started as a ridiculous misunderstanding ended in a love no one could replace." So, what do you think about Olivia and Nathan's story? If you enjoyed this story, leave a comment, rate it from 0 to 10, and share your thoughts. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss another amazing story. And if you made it this far, comment "Bossy Love" to see how many people adore this story. Thank you for being here. See you in the next story.
The billionaire's ghostly encounter. A hospital's secret. A past revealed. Hook. "Mr. Thorne, I need you to sign these documents to start the new hospital wing project," the secretary said, as Matthew Thorne gazed at the view from his 20th floor office. "Leave them on my desk. I'll review them in a moment," he replied distractedly, adjusting his tie before grabbing his briefcase. The clock read 9:30 a.m. He had an important meeting at St. Luke's Hospital. During the drive in his black Mercedes, Matthew mentally reviewed the project numbers. $15 million invested in the most ambitious renovation of London's most prestigious private medical center. This project could catapult his construction firm to another level. Upon arriving at the hospital, Sarah, his assistant, was waiting for him at the entrance. "The investors are in the boardroom on the 3rd floor," she informed him as they walked. "But Dr. Wilson asked that you first see the spaces where the new wing will be built." "Can't we leave it for later?" Matthew asked impatiently. She insisted it was important for you to visualize the complete project before the presentation. Matthew sighed, resigned. "All right, let's go." They walked through several corridors until they reached the maternity wing. The smell of disinfectant churned his stomach, bringing back memories he preferred to keep buried. It was then that he saw her. Elena stood next to a bassinet, holding a baby. Her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, her nurse's uniform, her gentle smile as she looked at the newborn. The image hit him like a punch to the gut. He froze. Elena looked up, and their eyes met. Time seemed to stop. "Matthew," she whispered, instinctively clutching the baby to her chest. "What? What are you doing here?" he managed to articulate, his voice barely a murmur. "I work here, in the neonatal intensive care unit." The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah, noticing the tension, cleared her throat. "Mr. Thorne, the investors—" "Give me a moment," Matthew cut in, not taking his eyes off Elena and the baby. Is he yours?" The question hung in the air, heavy, uncomfortable. Elena shook her head. "No, Matthew, he's an abandoned baby. They found him this morning at the hospital entrance." Matthew felt the air return to his lungs, but the knot in his throat persisted. 2 years of distance evaporated in an instant. "Mr. Thorne," Sarah insisted, "we really need to—" "I'm coming," he replied curtly. He looked at Elena one last time, who had returned her attention to the baby. "We need to talk," he said, before turning away. "There's nothing to talk about, Matthew," she replied without looking at him. "We said everything we had to say 2 years ago." Matthew clenched his fists and followed Sarah towards the boardroom, leaving Elena and the baby behind, but carrying with him the weight of unanswered questions and dreams that could never be. What deep-seated emotions do you think this encounter stirred in Matthew? Share your thoughts in the comments. Confronting ghosts of the past, the meeting with the investors became a blur in Matthew's mind. His thoughts lingered in the maternity ward. "The presentation was excellent," Sarah commented as they left the boardroom. "Are you feeling all right?" "I need a moment," Matthew replied, loosening his tie. "Where's the restroom?" In the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face. The mirror reflected a disturbed man, very different from the confident businessman he usually was. He dried his face and went out, determined to find Elena. He found her in the nurse's break room, alone, filling out some forms. "Can we talk?" he asked from the doorway. Elena looked up. "I'm working, Matthew." "5 minutes, Elena, please." She put the pen down on the table. "What do you want to talk about? About how you disappeared after the divorce, or how you blocked my calls when I tried to contact you about pending paperwork?" "I know, I acted like a coward," Matthew admitted, sitting across from her. "But seeing you today, with that baby—" "Don't do this," Elena interrupted him. "Don't use the baby as an excuse. His name is Leo, by the way, and I'm just doing my job." "Since when do you work here?" "For a year now. After I sold the apartment you left me, I decided to change hospitals. I needed a new beginning." Silence settled between them, heavy with memories. "Do you remember the last time we were in a hospital together?" Matthew asked. "Don't do this," Elena repeated, her voice breaking slightly. "It was when we lost the baby," he continued. After our third fertilization attempt. And after that, you became obsessed with work, Elena added, as if building buildings could fill the void left by our unborn child. Elena, No, Matthew. I don't want your pity or your belated explanations. 2 years have passed. I've rebuilt my life. I'm fine this way. The door opened, and a young nurse entered. Elena, Leo is crying. He doesn't want to take his bottle. Elena immediately stood up. I have to go. Can we meet later? Matthew insisted. There's a new project here at the hospital. We'll coincide. This is a workplace, Matthew. Let's keep it professional. Elena paused at the door. And please, don't mention the past again. It doesn't hurt as much if we don't stir it up. Matthew watched her walk away down the corridor, her white uniform disappearing among the hospital staff. He remained seated, thinking about how two people who once shared everything could now barely hold a civil conversation. His phone vibrated. It was Sarah. The modified blueprints are ready for review. Matthew put the phone away without responding. The blueprints could wait. He needed to think. He needed to understand why seeing Elena with that baby had awakened feelings he believed were buried under meters of concrete and years of obsessive work. The abandoned child and a lingering regret. The baby was found in a cardboard box wrapped in an old blanket, explained Dr. Michelle Wilson to Matthew in her office. Sad, isn't it? Luckily, Elena was on duty that morning. Matthew had sought out the administrator under the pretext of discussing project details, but the conversation, inevitably, drifted to the abandoned baby. And what's going to happen to him? He asked, feigning disinterest. For now, he's in temporary hospital custody. Elena is personally taking care of him, while social services processes the case. Elena always had a special gift with children, Matthew murmured. I know. I've seen her grow professionally this past year. She's one of our best nurses. Matthew shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Did she tell you about you two? Yes, she mentioned something. But don't worry. Here, personal stories take a back seat. What's important is the work. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. It was Elena. Dr. Wilson, I need your signature for... She stopped when she saw Matthew. Excuse me, I'll come back later. Come in, Elena, Michelle ordered. Mr. Thorne was just leaving. How is Leo? Better. He's taking his bottle normally now, and his vital signs are stable. Matthew stood up, but before leaving he asked, Why Leo? Elena looked at him directly for the first time that day. Because it means the one who brings light, and that's what he has brought to the NICU, light. Technically, Michelle interjected, we shouldn't name them abandoned babies. They all deserve a name, Elena interrupted firmly. I'm not going to refer to him as Baby Doe number 47, or the abandoned one from door 3. Matthew remembered discussions about baby names years ago when they were planning their family. Elena had always been passionate about that topic. I need the project documents on my desk early tomorrow, Matthew said, abruptly changing the subject. Excuse me. He left the office feeling Elena's gaze on his back. In the hallway, he stopped in front of the NICU window. Leo slept peacefully in his bassinet, oblivious to the drama unfolding around him. A nurse approached the bassinet to check the monitors. Are you family? She asked when she saw Matthew. No, he replied, walking away, just passing by. As he walked towards the exit, his mind returned again and again to that cardboard box and old blanket. What kind of desperation led someone to abandon their own child? Perhaps, he thought, there were different kinds of abandonment, some more obvious than others. A past revealed, a new perspective. I've already reviewed the blueprints for the new wing, Matthew said, sitting in his office that night. But there's something I don't understand. What is it? Sarah asked, preparing to take notes. Why didn't anyone tell me Elena worked there? Sarah closed her notebook. I didn't think it was relevant to the project, sir. You didn't think it was relevant that my ex-wife works in the hospital where we're going to build? With all due respect, Mr. Thorne, you never talk about your personal life, and the information we had was about administrative staff, not nurses. Matthew rubbed his temples. The day's images kept replaying in his head. Do you want us to look for another hospital for the project? Sarah suggested. No, he replied flatly. This project is too important. His cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Michelle. We need to discuss some details about the NICU area. Can we meet tomorrow? Schedule a meeting with Dr. Wilson for tomorrow, he ordered Sarah. What time? Any time, except during the nurse's shift change. Sarah looked at him with understanding. The shift change is at 3. Then at 11, Matthew said, standing up. I'm going home. In the parking lot, his phone rang again. This time, it was his mother. How was the hospital meeting? She asked. Fine, he replied curtly. Did you see her? Matthew stopped before getting into the car. How do you know? Son, London is small, and I'm still in contact with some people at the hospital. Mom, I don't want to talk about this. You never want to talk about anything, Matthew, just like your father. You know, sometimes silence does more harm than words. I have to drive, Mom. Talk later. On the way home, he passed the building where he used to live with Elena. The lights in the 7th floor apartment were on. New tenants, new life. He remembered the last night they spent there 2 years ago. The packed boxes, the heavy silence, the unspoken words. We can't go on like this, Elena had said that night. Like what? Living like strangers, sleeping in separate rooms, avoiding each other. I'm busy with work, Elena. The construction firm, the projects, the meetings. There's always something more important than us. Matthew shook his head, returning to the present. The traffic light was green. Behind him, someone honked. He sped up, leaving the building and the memories behind. But the knot in his stomach persisted, just as it had 2 years ago. An unexpected truth unfolds. The model of the new project occupied the center of the boardroom. Matthew pointed to the different spaces as he explained. The new wing will have 5 floors. The first will be exclusively for newborns and pediatric intensive care. Why start with newborns? One of the investors asked. Because it's where it's most needed, Michelle replied before Matthew. Our current unit is overwhelmed. Elena entered at that moment with some documents. She stood by the door waiting. The design includes 25 new incubators, Matthew continued, avoiding looking at her, and a special area for abandoned babies. The investors exchanged glances. Abandoned babies? One questioned. Wouldn't it be better to focus on patients who can pay? Elena stepped forward. Excuse me, but Elena, Michelle warned. No, doctor, they need to understand something. Elena approached the table. Those babies didn't choose their situation, and as a hospital, we have a social responsibility. Madam, one of the investors began. Nurse Smith, she corrected him, and I've seen babies die because we didn't have enough space or equipment. Does that sound like a good business model to you? Elena, please, Matthew intervened. This is a private meeting. Sure, private. Like all your important meetings, right? Silence filled the room. Michelle cleared her throat. Perhaps we should take a break, she suggested. The investors left, leaving Matthew and Elena alone with Michelle. I'm sorry, Elena murmured. I got carried away. Your arguments are valid, Matthew said, surprising her. In fact, I had already considered that in the budget. What? The abandoned baby wing will be funded by a special fund. It won't depend on the investors. Elena looked at him, confused. Why? Because it's the right thing to do, he replied, gathering his documents. and because someone taught me that everyone deserves a chance." He left the room, leaving Elena speechless. Michelle smiled slightly. "People change, Elena," the doctor said. "Sometimes they just need time." "Or an abandoned baby," Elena murmured, looking at the blueprints on the table. The hospital cafe was almost empty. Matthew stirred his coffee without drinking it, while Elena sat across from him, her hands wrapped around her cup. "Thanks for agreeing to talk to me," he said. "I'm not doing it for you," Elena replied. "I'm doing it for the project. I need to know if you're really going to follow through on what you said about the abandoned baby area. I have everything in writing. I can show you the documents." "Why, Matthew? Why now? Do I need a reason to do something good?" "You always have a reason. There's always a hidden motive." Matthew put the spoon down on the table. "Seeing Leo made me think. Don't bring Leo into this. It's the truth, Elena. Seeing how you care for him. How I would have cared for our son." The silence grew dense between them. "When I suggested adopting," Elena continued, "you said it wasn't the same, that you wanted your own blood, your own surname. I was an idiot." "Were you? I'm still an idiot, but at least now I know." Elena took a sip of coffee. "You know what's the worst part? That we didn't even fight. You just drifted away. Dinners alone turned into dinners with clients. Nights together turned into nights at the office. Work was an excuse," Matthew admitted. "I was scared." "Of what?" "Of not being enough. Of failing you, like I failed you with—" "Don't say it. I'm sorry." "It doesn't matter anymore," Elena said, standing up. "I have to go back. Leo needs his medicine. Elena, if you really want to do something good, keep your word with the project. Those babies need a dignified place." "I will, I promise you." "Don't promise me anything. Promise it to them." Elena left, leaving Matthew alone with his cold coffee and his thoughts. Through the cafe window, he could see the structure where the new wing would be built. Meters of concrete and glass that, he hoped, could begin to repair some of what he had broken. A mother's confession, a son's revelation. "Your mother is here," Sarah announced over the intercom. Matthew barely had time to look up when Mrs. Eleanor Thorne already entered his office, elegant as always in her tailored suit. "To what do I owe the visit?" Matthew asked. "Does a mother need reasons to see her son? You always have reasons, Mom." Eleanor sat across from the desk. "Michelle told me about the hospital project." "Since when do you talk to Michelle?" "Since always. She was the one who attended me when—" "When what?" Eleanor sighed deeply. "When we adopted you, son." Matthew felt as if the air had left the room. "What? I was 25 years old. I couldn't have children. Your father and I tried everything, just like you and Elena." "No, it can't be. Michelle was a young resident then. She helped us with the process." Matthew stood up abruptly. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because you need to know. Because I saw how you looked at Elena with contempt when she suggested adopting. That was different." "Why?" "Because I'm not your real mother." "No, you are my mother." "Exactly." Eleanor smiled. "Just like you could have been the real father to any child you adopted." Matthew sank into his chair. "Dad knows?" "Your father was the one who insisted on the adoption. He said that love builds families, not blood. Why did you never tell me?" "At first, because you were very young. Later, I suppose the moment never seemed right." Matthew remembered all the times he had boasted about the Thorne lineage, about the family blood, about the importance of the surname. "Elena," he murmured. "Elena understood this better than you," Eleanor said. "She sees every day how love has nothing to do with biology." "I have to go," Matthew said, standing up. "I need to think." "Son," Eleanor called him before he left. Don't make the mistake of confusing blood with love. Your father and I loved you from the first moment we saw you, just as you could have loved. Please, Mom, I need to be alone. He left the office and drove aimlessly through the city. He ended up, without really being surprised, in the hospital parking lot. From there, he could see the NICU window, where he knew Elena would be caring for Leo. His phone rang. It was a message from Michelle. Your mother told me, when you want to talk, you know where to find me. Matthew found Michelle in her office, reviewing files despite the late hour. How many others knew? He asked from the doorway. Only me and Dr. Green, who has passed away, Michelle replied without looking up. Sit down. Elena never. No, I never told her. It wasn't my place. Matthew sank into the chair. You were a precious baby, Michelle smiled. Eleanor couldn't stop crying when she put you in her arms, and the woman who gave birth to me. She was very young. She wanted you to have a better life, like Leo's mother. Every story is different, Matthew. But yes, love sometimes means letting go. Down the hallway, they heard Elena's voice singing softly. She was doing her night rounds. Did you know she's applying to adopt Leo? Michelle asked. Matthew looked at her in surprise. What? It's still in process. The social worker will come next week for the final assessment. But can she? I mean, she's single and… Times have changed, Matthew, and Elena has everything in her favor. Stable job, her own home, excellent references. Her own home? Yes, the apartment you left her. She completely renovated it. The guest room is now a nursery. Matthew remembered that room. They had painted it together years ago, dreaming of the baby that never came. She was always ready, he murmured. And you weren't, Michelle completed. But that doesn't make you a bad person, just someone who needed time to understand certain things. Like what? Like families come in all shapes and sizes. Like love doesn't need shared DNA. Like sometimes, the best parents are the ones who choose to be parents, not the ones who are by accident. Elena passed in front of the office, gently rocking Leo. She didn't see them. She looks happy, Matthew said. She is, Michelle replied. She found her way. The question is, Juma, have you found yours? Matthew stood up. Thanks, Michelle. Why? For keeping the secret. For taking care of Elena. For everything. Go home, Matthew. It's been a long day. In the parking lot, Matthew looked one last time towards the illuminated window where Elena was caring for Leo. He wondered if his father had felt that way, 35 years ago, looking through another hospital window, waiting to take home a baby who didn't share his blood, but who would fill his life with love. What profound impact will this revelation have on Matthew's choices going forward? Will he finally embrace a new understanding of family and love? Hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments. Old walls, new foundations, the thorns always build for the future, his father's voice said in the corporate video. Matthew watched it from his computer in his darkened office. Sir, Sarah interrupted from the doorway. The contractors are waiting for your signature to begin demolition at the hospital. Has the area been evacuated? Yes. The NICU has been temporarily relocated to the 3rd floor. Matthew closed his laptop. Elena, did Nurse Smith agree to the relocation? In fact, she organized everything. She says as long as the babies are safe, the rest is just logistics. Typical of her, Matthew murmured. Pardon? Nothing. Bring the documents. As he signed, he remembered the conversation with his mother. The thorns, the family legacy, all built on a truth hidden for decades. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Elena. We need to talk about the modified blueprints. I'm going to the hospital, he announced, standing up. But the board meeting. Reschedule everything. At the hospital. He found Elena in the temporary unit, checking the facilities. "The electrical connections aren't enough," she said, without greeting him. "I know. It's temporary." "A baby in an incubator doesn't understand temporary, Matthew. That's why I brought this." She held out a roll of blueprints. "Emergency modifications. We can reinforce the electrical system today." Elena reviewed the blueprints. "When?" "Last night. I couldn't sleep." "Why?" Matthew hesitated for a moment. "Did you know I'm adopted?" Elena looked up, surprised. "What?" "I found out yesterday. My mother, Michelle, was there. When?" "Matthew. All this time, Elena. All those times I talked about family lineage, about the importance of Thorn blood." "Stop," Elena said softly. "Don't do this." "Do what?" "Use this as a way to, I don't know, redeem yourself or something. It's not that." "Then what is it?" Matthew looked through the window, where several babies slept in their bassinets. "It's understanding, finally, that I was wrong, that you were right, that a family—" "Matthew, please. 2 years have passed. I've already made my decision with Leo." "I know, and I'm happy for you, for both of you." Elena looked at him intently, searching for any sign of a lie in his words. "I just want to do the right thing," he added. "For these babies, for the hospital, for everything I didn't do before." "Good," Elena replied after a moment. "Then let's start with those electrical connections." "Demolitions start tomorrow," Matthew announced at the staff meeting. "The process will take 3 weeks." The doctors and nurses listened attentively as he pointed to the blueprints projected on the wall. "What if they find structural problems?" Elena asked from the back of the room. "We have contingency plans," Matthew replied. "We won't take risks with patients." Michelle observed the exchange with interest. The tension between them had changed. It had transformed into something more professional, more mature. After the meeting, Matthew stayed to collect his documents. "The social worker is coming today," Michelle commented, approaching. "I know." "How do you know?" "Elena's been more nervous than usual, and she's been staying late for 3 days organizing documents." "You know her well." "I used to," Matthew corrected. "Now it's different." "Different better or different worse?" "Just different." A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. It was Sarah. "Mr. Thorne, they found something during the preliminary inspection." "What?" "You'd better come see." In the demolition area, a group of workers surrounded the uncovered wall. "It's part of the original structure," explained the foreman, "from when this was a convent more than 100 years ago." "Does it affect the construction plans?" Matthew asked. "We'd have to modify the entire design to preserve it." "How much would it delay the project?" 2 months, minimum." Matthew observed the ancient wall. The exposed bricks told a story of care and service that dated back generations. "Do it," he ordered. "Modify the blueprints. This wall stays." "But sir, the additional cost—" "Some things are worth preserving," Matthew interrupted. "This hospital has history. Let's respect it." From the hallway, Elena observed the scene. For a moment, her eyes met Matthew's. She nodded slightly before turning and returning to the NICU, where the social worker was waiting for her for the final interview. A crisis and a shared vigil. "Leo has a fever," Elena announced, leaning over the incubator. 102.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Night had fallen over the hospital, and the noise of construction machinery had finally ceased. "The antibiotics should be taking effect," Dr. Brown replied, checking the chart. "Something's not right," Elena insisted. "His breathing is very rapid." At that moment, the monitors began to beep. "He's convulsing!" Elena cried. Everything became a whirlwind of activity. Doctors running, shouted orders, the sharp sound of alarms. Matthew, who was checking the progress of the construction on the floor below, heard the code blue over the loudspeakers. Nike, code blue. Without thinking, he ran up the stairs. When he arrived, he saw Elena through the glass, performing compressions on Leo's tiny chest. Come on, little one, he heard her murmur. Don't give up. The minutes dragged on like hours. Finally, the cardiac monitor returned to a normal rhythm. Elena came out of the room exhausted and was surprised to see Matthew. What are you doing here? I heard the code, he replied. He's stable, Elena sighed. For now. She sank into a chair, trembling slightly. Matthew took off his jacket and put it over her shoulders. The social worker, Elena began. She'll approve it, Matthew interrupted. She'd be an idiot if she didn't. How can you be so sure? Because I saw you in there. Because anyone who sees you with him, Matthew, no. Let me finish. You're the best mother Leo could have. And I say that as someone who knows about extraordinary adoptive mothers. Elena looked at him, surprised by the vulnerability in his voice. The flowers, she said suddenly. What? The flowers at the NICU entrance? They're the same ones I used to have at home. Sunflowers. Oh, that. Matthew scratched the back of his neck, uncomfortable. The landscaper asked what flowers to put and, thank you, Elena interrupted, for remembering. There are many things I remember, Elena. The silence that followed was different from previous ones, less tense, more thoughtful. I need to go back to Leo, Elena finally said, taking off his jacket. Of course, and Elena, yes, he's going to be okay. Both of them will be. Elena nodded and returned to the unit. Matthew stayed a moment longer, looking through the glass as she gently arranged the blankets around the baby. The sunflowers at the entrance were reflected in the window, silent witnesses to a new type of understanding between two people who once shared everything. A new family, a lasting legacy. The adoption was approved, Michelle announced, entering Matthew's temporary office at the hospital. Elena already knows. They'll tell her officially this afternoon. But yes, Leo will legally be her son. Matthew put down the blueprints he was reviewing. Good. They deserve it. You know, Elena asked that the waiting area in the new plans be modified. Why? She wants a space for parents to be close to their children without interfering with medical work. She says waiting is the hardest part. I already modified it, Matthew replied. I added an area with reclining chairs and a small kitchenette. When? A week ago. It was obvious it was needed. Michelle smiled. Have you changed, Matthew? No, I just see things differently. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. It was Elena. Am I interrupting? She asked. Not at all, Michelle replied, standing up. In fact, I was just leaving. When they were alone, Elena approached the desk. The social worker gave me the final papers, she said, showing him a folder. Congratulations. Thank you. Elena hesitated for a moment. There's something I want to ask you. What is it? Why the wall? The ancient wall? Yes, I know preserving it is delaying the whole project. Matthew stood up and walked to the window. From there, they could see the partially demolished structure with the centenary wall still standing. When I was a child, he began, my father brought me here. He showed me this hospital and told me, son, we don't just build buildings. We build places where life happens. I didn't understand what he meant until now. And what did he mean? That some things are worth more than money or time, that there are stories that deserve to be preserved. Elena also approached the window. Leo is better now, she said. The fever hasn't returned. I know. I read the reports every day. Why? Why does it matter to me? Because even if things are different, what matters to you matters to me. Elena looked at him for a long time. The wall, she finally said, reminds me of us. How? Something ancient, that survives despite changes. Different, but still standing. Elena. No, it's okay. It's better this way. Different, but not destroyed. She walked away from the window and headed towards the door. The adoption ceremony is on Friday, she said before leaving. If you want to come, I'll be there, Matthew replied. Elena nodded and left, leaving behind the echo of an invitation that, months ago, would have been unthinkable. The ceremony and a silent promise. The social services office smelled of old paper and stale coffee. Elena waited while the social worker, Ms. Johnson, reviewed the documents one last time. Everything seems to be in order, she finally said. We just need one last signature here. Elena took the pen with a trembling hand. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Are you sure about this? Ms. Johnson asked. Being a single mother isn't easy. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. There's one more thing, the social worker added. We received an additional letter of recommendation. From whom? From Mr. Matthew Thorne. He says you are the most capable person he knows to be a mother. Elena froze, the pen suspended over the paper. No, she didn't know. She didn't have to know. But it weighed heavily on the final decision. It's not common for a businessman of his level to take the time to write something like that. Elena signed the document, blinking back tears. Leo Smith, Ms. Johnson read. Beautiful name. It was my grandfather's name, Elena replied. A man who believed that family is much more than blood. Back at the hospital, she found Matthew supervising the construction. Why did you do it? She asked directly. Do what? The letter of recommendation. Matthew put down the blueprints he was reviewing. Because it was the right thing to do. Because you deserve to be happy. I didn't need your help. I know. I didn't do it to help you. I did it because it's the truth. They looked at each other in silence, the noise of the construction as a backdrop. Friday, Elena finally said. The ceremony is at 11. I know. I already asked for the day off. Elena nodded and turned away, but stopped before leaving. Matthew? Yes? Thank you. The word floated between them, heavy with meaning, before Elena disappeared down the hallway towards the NICU, where Leo awaited her. Matthew remained staring at the empty space where she had been, thinking of all the letters he never wrote, of all the truths he never spoke, and how sometimes love means letting go and supporting from afar. The night before the adoption ceremony, Matthew couldn't sleep. From his window, he saw the lights of London twinkle like fallen stars. His phone rang. It was Sarah. Sir, there's an emergency at the hospital. What happened? A water leak damaged part of the electrical system in the temporary NICU area. Matthew was already putting on his jacket. I'm on my way. When he arrived at the hospital, he found Elena evacuating the babies. The emergency generator is failing, she explained as she moved an incubator. Leo and 2 other babies need constant power. Where are you taking them? To the south wing, but it's full. There aren't enough connections. Matthew observed the situation. My temporary office, he suddenly said, has its own generator for the construction computers. Are you sure? Completely. Let's go. They worked together for the next few hours, moving equipment, connecting cables, making sure every baby was stable. At 3 in the morning, everything was finally under control. Elena sank into a chair next to Leo's incubator. In a few hours, he'll officially be my son, she murmured. He's already your son, Matthew replied. The paper just makes it legal. Do you remember when we used to stay up like this? Elena asked. Planning the future, talking about babies. Elena. No, it's okay. It's different now. Everything is different. Leo stirred in his incubator, making soft noises. He looks like you, Matthew said. What? When he sleeps, he makes the same gestures you do. Elena smiled. Babies learn from those who care for them, like I learned from my parents, Matthew added. From my adoptive parents. They fell silent, watching Leo sleep. The lights of the monitors blinked softly, like fireflies in the darkness. You should go rest, Matthew finally said. Tomorrow is an important day. Will you stay with him? Yes, go easy. Elena stood up and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she turned. Sometimes, she said softly, things don't turn out as we plan, but that doesn't mean they turn out wrong. Matthew nodded, and Elena disappeared into the hospital night, leaving him alone with Leo, and with the thought that sometimes love has strange ways of manifesting itself, like nocturnal butterflies seeking the light. The inauguration and a new chapter. The day dawned clear and bright. The courthouse ceremony room was full of people, hospital staff, Elena's family, some close friends. Nervous? Michelle asked, sitting next to Matthew in the last row. Why would I be nervous? It's not my ceremony. No, but it's an end and a beginning. Elena entered with Leo in her arms. The baby wore a small white suit that made him look like a tiny angel. The social worker accompanied her with the final documents. Please rise, the judge announced. As he listened to the formal proceedings, Matthew remembered another ceremony, years ago, when his parents finally told him about his adoption. He was 12 years old, and his biggest concern had been whether he could still call them Mom and Dad. Of course, his father had said, love needs no explanations. The judge's voice brought him back to the present. Elena Smith, do you accept all the legal and moral responsibilities that come with being Leo's mother? Yes, I accept, Elena replied firmly. By the power vested in me by law, I declare this adoption official. Leo is now, legally and permanently, your son. Applause filled the room. Elena hugged Leo, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Matthew silently got up and walked towards the exit. In the hallway, he met his mother. Are you leaving so soon? Eleanor asked. My part here is done. Your part? What do you think your part was, son? Matthew looked towards the room where Elena was receiving hugs and congratulations. To learn, he finally replied. To learn that sometimes love means letting go, as you and Dad taught me. Eleanor took his hand. And as Leo's birth mother taught Elena, the circle continues, son. Matthew nodded and walked towards the elevators, carrying with him the image of Elena and Leo, a new family formed not by blood, but by choices, by love. The inauguration of the new pavilion will be in 2 weeks, Matthew announced at the final meeting. I want everything perfect. The contractors nodded, reviewing the latest modifications. The ancient wall had been perfectly integrated into the modern design, creating a contrast that told the hospital's story. Elena Nurse Smith asked for a tour beforehand, Sarah informed him. Why? She wants to make sure everything works for the babies. You know how she is with details. Matthew smiled slightly. Schedule it for tomorrow. In the temporary unit, Elena prepared Leo to go home. The baby had grown strong and healthy in recent weeks. Ready for tomorrow's tour? Michelle asked, entering the unit. I need to make sure everything is okay, Elena replied. The connections, the ventilation, the spaces, the design is excellent. Matthew made sure of that. Elena picked up Leo, who gurgled happily. I know. It's different now. Different how? More professional, as if we had finally found our place with each other. Michelle watched as Elena prepared Leo's bag with the efficiency of an experienced mother. You know, sometimes the best relationships are the ones that evolve, the doctor commented. The ones that transform into something new, like the hospital. Exactly, like that ancient wall that is now part of something modern. Elena looked out the window towards the almost finished construction. Tomorrow will be the first time we see the entire pavilion, she said. Nervous? No, just curious to see how everything has changed, how we have all changed. Leo yawned in her arms, oblivious to the adults' conversations. Go home, Michelle suggested. Tomorrow will be a long day. Elena nodded and left with Leo, leaving behind the echo of steps that would soon walk new corridors, built on ancient foundations, but looking towards the future. The promise of a new era. The new pavilion gleamed under the morning sun. Guests began to arrive early. Hospital authorities, investors, medical staff. It's beautiful, Elena murmured, holding Leo as she looked at the facade that combined the ancient wall with modern glass. Does everything work as you expected? Matthew asked, approaching. Better. The new incubators are perfect, and the parents' area, it was your idea, but you improved it. Leo extended his tiny hands towards Matthew, who hesitated for a moment before smiling at him. You can hold him, Elena said. He doesn't bite yet. Matthew carefully took the baby. Leo immediately grabbed his tie. He's strong, he commented. Like his mother, Michelle said, joining them. It's time for the speech, Matthew. He returned the baby to Elena and walked towards the podium. The crowd quieted. This building, he began, is not just concrete and glass. It's a promise to every baby born here, to every family waiting in these hallways, to every life that begins within these walls. He paused, looking at the ancient wall. My father taught me that we build more than buildings. We build spaces where life happens, where families are formed, where love grows, sometimes in ways we don't expect. His eyes met Elena's for a moment. This pavilion is a bridge between the past and the future, like the wall we preserved. It reminds us that some things must remain, while others evolve and transform into something new, something better. Leo let out a giggle, breaking the solemnity of the moment. Some people laughed, and that, Matthew concluded with a smile, is the true sound of hope, the sound for which we build, the sound of the future. Applause resonated as he cut the ribbon. Elena approached with Leo. It was a good speech, she said. I learned from the best, he replied, looking at his parents in the crowd. You know, Leo will need godparents for his baptism. Matthew looked at her in surprise. Think about it, Elena added, before walking away to greet guests who wanted to meet Leo. Matthew remained looking at them, thinking about how sometimes life builds bridges where there were once walls. This is such a profoundly moving story about finding family in unexpected places and healing old wounds. If you were touched by Matthew and Elena's journey, please hit that like button and share it with someone who needs a dose of hope. And for more incredible tales of transformation, be sure to subscribe to our channel and hit that notification bell.
Ravenwood Hall stood hidden deep within a quiet countryside, surrounded by sprawling fields and dense groves of ancient trees. The grand estate, with its timeless architecture, seemed like a relic from another world, untouched by the hustle of modern life. Sophia Bennett gripped the steering wheel of her compact car, her eyes fixed on the gravel driveway leading to the imposing mansion. As a rising star in physical therapy, she was no stranger to challenging cases, yet this assignment filled her with a mix of apprehension and determination. "Focus, Sophia. It's just another job," she murmured to herself, her fingers tightening slightly on the wheel. Her patient, Lucas Sinclair, was once a legend in Formula One racing. He had basked in the glory of fame and victory until a devastating accident abruptly ended his career, leaving him confined to a wheelchair and shrouded in solitude. Ravenwood Hall loomed into view, its towering structure casting long shadows in the fading sunlight. The weathered stone walls radiated a sense of mystery and isolation. Sophia parked near the grand entrance, taking a deep breath as she prepared to face what might be the greatest challenge of her career. Sophia climbed the stone steps leading to the grand entrance of Ravenwood Hall. Before she could raise her hand to knock on the intricately carved wooden doors, they swung open, revealing an older woman with a stern expression. "You must be Miss Bennett," the woman said, her tone formal yet cool. "Yes, I'm Sophia Bennett," she replied, maintaining a professional smile. "Perfect. I'm Margaret Hensley, the housekeeper at Ravenwood. Mr. Sinclair values punctuality, so I trust you will always be as timely as you are today." Margaret led Sophia through expansive hallways lit by soft, golden light. The mansion was stately but devoid of warmth. No family photos adorned the walls, and no personal touches softened the cold elegance of the decor. "He's in the library," Margaret said, stopping before a set of grand double doors. "I should warn you, Mr. Sinclair is in a particularly difficult mood today." Sophia nodded, steadying her breath as Margaret pushed the doors open. The library was vast, its towering bookshelves bathed in the morning sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. There, silhouetted against the light, sat Lucas Sinclair in his wheelchair, his piercing blue eyes fixed on her. "Another one," he said, his voice cutting and laced with sarcasm. "How long did they say you'd last? A week? Or 3 days before you give up and leave?" Sophia held her ground, stepping further into the room. "I'm here because of your schedule and your insurance, Mr. Sinclair. Whether or not your life is worth living is entirely your concern. My job is to ensure your body doesn't deteriorate while you decide." Lucas blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he quickly masked it with indifference. Margaret cleared her throat softly. "I'll leave you two to it." The doors closed behind her, leaving Sophia and Lucas alone in the charged silence. "Shall we begin?" Sophia asked, keeping her voice steady despite the tension in the room. "You can try," Lucas replied, his gaze locked on her, as if testing the resolve of this young therapist. The first few days at Ravenwood Hall were a true test of Sophia's patience. Lucas Sinclair didn't just refuse to cooperate, he actively made her job more difficult. "Do you honestly believe a few simple exercises are going to change anything?" he asked, his tone as biting as ever. "I used to be the fastest man in the world, and now I can't even stand." Sophia took a deep breath, steadying herself. "That's true, Mr. Sinclair. You can't stand, but that doesn't mean your body has to get weaker." Her persistence and professionalism annoyed Lucas, yet he couldn't entirely dismiss her. After a few sessions, Sophia began to notice subtle changes in his demeanor. One morning, as she assessed his range of motion, she caught him looking at her differently. The sarcasm in his gaze was still there, but beneath it was something softer, something almost vulnerable. "Do you experience phantom pain often?" Sophia asked, her tone deliberately gentle. Lucas stared at her for a long moment before replying, his voice quieter than usual. "All the time, especially at night. It's like I'm still trapped in that burning car." His words stopped her in her tracks. For the first time, he'd revealed a piece of the deep pain he worked so hard to hide. "I can't fully understand what that feels like," she said, meeting his eyes, "but I can help you through it." Lucas let out a harsh, humorless laugh. "You're awfully confident, Miss Bennett." Sophia didn't reply. She simply continued taking notes, focusing on her work. But inside, she knew something between them was shifting. In the days that followed, Lucas became less resistant. Each time Sophia gave him instructions, he followed them, begrudgingly, but without the usual arguments. And though he never said it aloud, she could see the trust growing in his eyes. One afternoon, as the golden hues of sunset filtered through the library windows, Lucas broke the silence. "You make me remember who I was before the accident." Sophia offered him a small, encouraging smile. "Then let me help you find that person again." Sophia didn't expect their therapy session to be interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Margaret stepped in, her expression unusually tense. "Mr. Sinclair, there are 2 visitors here to see you," Margaret announced. "They say it's urgent." Lucas frowned, clearly displeased. "I'm not seeing anyone." "It's Andrew Coleman and Richard Hale," Margaret added. Sophia immediately recognized the names. Andrew had been Lucas's manager and Richard was the owner of his former racing team. Lucas hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly. "Fine, let them in." The library doors opened and 2 men entered, their tension palpable. "Lucas," Andrew began, his voice carefully measured, "we have important news." Richard placed a USB drive on the desk. "We found evidence about your accident." Lucas froze, his icy gaze fixed on them. "The accident was my fault. I pushed the car too hard and ignored the crew's warnings." "It wasn't," Richard countered firmly. "The security cameras in the maintenance bay recorded footage. Someone tampered with your car's steering system. This wasn't mechanical failure, it was sabotage." Sophia held her breath, watching Lucas. Anger and pain warred in his expression. "Who did it?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. "We don't have definitive proof yet," Andrew replied. "But the evidence points to Vail Racing, the team that wanted to buy out your team after the crash tanked its value." Lucas turned away, gripping the arms of his wheelchair tightly. "I've blamed myself for so long, and now you're telling me it was all a lie?" Sophia stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Lucas," she said softly, kneeling beside him and placing her hand gently on his shoulder. "This wasn't your fault, but now you have the chance to take back control, to stand up not just for yourself, but for everyone who believed in you." He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. "I need time to process this." Andrew and Richard nodded, leaving the library and the heavy silence that lingered in their wake. Lucas looked up at Sophia, his eyes filled with turmoil. "What do you think I should do, Sophia?" Her voice was steady and resolute. "Face the truth, Lucas. Not just to free yourself, but to stand up for the people who stood by you." Lucas stared at her for a long moment before nodding, a newfound determination flickering in his eyes. After the visitors left, Sophia noticed Lucas was quieter than usual. That evening, she decided to stay at the mansion to ensure he didn't spiral further into his pain. Margaret guided her to the conservatory, a space filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the soft glow of hanging lights above. Lucas was seated among the rows of flowers, his gaze distant as he stared through the large glass panes. Sophia approached him cautiously, sensing the weight of the silence surrounding him. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Lucas didn't turn, his voice low and heavy with emotion. "I've built my entire life around guilt. I don't know who I am without it." Sophia sat down on the bench beside him, the distance between them no longer feeling significant. "You're a survivor, Lucas. You've endured everything and made it this far. You're stronger than you think." He turned to her, his piercing blue eyes searching hers. "Why do you care so much about me?" Sophia took a deep breath, feeling her heart race. "Because I see someone worth saving, someone who doesn't just need help, but deserves it." Lucas closed his eyes, a faint, bitter smile playing on his lips. "You're stubborn, Sophia." "Maybe," she replied with a gentle laugh, "but I'm not leaving." In that moment, the walls between them seemed to crumble. Lucas reached out, hesitating before his hand gently rested against her cheek. "You make me want to feel again, to live again." Sophia felt the warmth of his touch, but her rational mind reminded her it wasn't the right time. She stood, breaking the tension with a soft smile. "I'll help you feel again, Lucas. But first, we need to finish your therapy." Lucas chuckled, this time without sarcasm, but with genuine warmth. "Then, where do we start?" The day of the hearing dawned, and Ravenwood Hall was quieter than usual. Sophia stood by the window, watching Lucas carefully adjust his tie in front of the mirror. Today, he wasn't in his familiar wheelchair. Instead, he leaned on a sleek, modern carbon cane, a testament to his determination over the past week. "Are you ready?" Sophia asked, her voice soft but encouraging. Lucas turned to her, a mixture of resolve and apprehension in his eyes. "I don't know, but with you by my side, I think I can face anything." Together, they stepped into the car. Lucas gripped his cane tightly, standing tall. During the drive to the racing board headquarters, Sophia placed her hand over his, silently offering strength. When they arrived, the flashes of cameras lit up the entrance. Reporters shouted questions over one another. "Mr. Sinclair, was your accident sabotage?" "Miss Bennett, are you still his therapist?" Lucas remained composed, giving only a polite nod to the chaos. Inside the hearing room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The board sat elevated above the rest, while representatives from Vail Racing stood to the side, their expressions guarded. The hearing stretched on for hours. Evidence from security footage, maintenance records, and financial transactions was meticulously presented. Sophia watched as Lucas stood, leaning on his cane for support, and addressed the board. 10 months ago, I believed the accident was my fault. I blamed myself, tore myself apart with guilt. But today, I stand here, not to reclaim my reputation, but to protect the people who work tirelessly for our team, people who don't deserve to bear the consequences of this conspiracy. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over everyone present. When the hearing concluded, Lucas walked out with Sophia at his side, his face lighter than she'd ever seen it. Reporters swarmed once more, but this time, he didn't avoid them. "What are your plans now, Mr. Sinclair?" one journalist called out. Lucas paused, smiling, and answered calmly, "To keep healing. Not just for myself, but for others." And he turned to Sophia, taking her hand, "To love this extraordinary woman, who reminded me that sometimes crashes lead us exactly where we're meant to be." The sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in warm hues as Sophia and Lucas stepped into the garden at Ravenwood Hall. This was the spot where Lucas once told her his mother believed any problem could be solved while sitting among blooming roses. "There's something I want to give you," Lucas said, settling onto the stone bench near the rose bushes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. When he opened it, the item inside wasn't a ring. Sophia looked at the carefully polished, antique key resting inside. "What is this?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. "The key to the conservatory," Lucas explained. "I've had it restored, to make it our space. It's where we had our first dance, where we spoke the truth about how we feel. I want it to be a place for our dreams and our new beginning." Sophia smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. "Are you asking me to move in with you?" Lucas looked at her with hopeful eyes. "I'm asking you to build a life with me." Sophia stood, taking his hand and pulling him to his feet. "Then dance with me," she whispered. Lucas set his cane aside and wrapped his arms around her. They moved slowly among the roses, bathed in the gentle light of the moon. "I've dreamed of this," Lucas murmured against her ear. "Holding you without barriers, loving you without fear." Sophia looked up at him, her eyes shimmering in the soft glow. "And I've dreamed of finding someone who makes me feel like I belong. That someone is you." They continued to dance in silence, their breaths and heartbeats perfectly in sync. "What'll we do next?" Sophia asked softly. Lucas smiled, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Build new dreams and do it together." That night, surrounded by the scent of jasmine and the glow of moonlight, they began a new chapter, not with unfinished dreams, but with a shared belief in a future filled with hope. A few months later, on a magical evening, the conservatory glowed under a canopy of golden fairy lights. Lucas had transformed the space into a garden of dreams. Vibrant blooms of roses, lilies, and jasmine lined every corner, their scents mingling in the air. The floor was a carpet of soft petals, leading to the center where a small table held candles flickering softly. casting shadows that danced across the glass walls. Lucas, now able to take small, careful steps, stood waiting for her in the heart of it all. When Sophia entered, she gasped at the breathtaking scene. "Lucas, what is all of this?" He walked toward her slowly, his gaze locked on hers. When he reached her, he steadied himself and knelt on one knee, pulling out a small box from his pocket. "Sophia Bennett," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "you didn't just heal my body, Sophia. You brought light back into my life when all I saw was darkness. You believed in me when I had given up on myself. You made me dream again. Will you take this journey with me, not just as my partner, but as my heart and my hope for the rest of our lives?" Sophia covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yes, Lucas, yes, I will." He slid the ring onto her finger, and as he stood, they embraced amidst the flowers. Their wedding took place in the conservatory, the very place where all their dreams had begun. The space overflowed with fresh flowers, roses, jasmine, and wildflowers that Sophia loved. Lucas, in a sharp suit, walked confidently without his cane or wheelchair, making his way toward Sophia, his bride, radiant in her white gown that outshone even the flowers around her. They exchanged vows surrounded by the joyful smiles of friends and family. As Lucas kissed Sophia, petals rained down, blessing their union and the bright future ahead. Their story didn't end in sorrow or regret, but in hope, love, and a reminder that miracles aren't always grand gestures. They often come from love, persistence, and the faith we place in each other. Sophia Carter sat upright at her desk in the executive office of Lancaster Holdings, her hand unconsciously resting on her stomach beneath the loose blazer. She had kept this secret for 8 months and 3 weeks, and if everything went according to plan, she would leave in just a few weeks, without anyone ever knowing. But every plan had flaws. The sound of Italian leather shoes tapping against marble signaled the arrival of Damien Lancaster. His sharp gray eyes scanned the office before settling on her. "You look different today." Sophia's heart clenched, but her voice remained steady. "New blazer." Damien narrowed his eyes slightly, but said nothing more. He continued into his office, but Sophia knew he had noticed something. She took a slow breath, forcing her focus back on the screen. But the moment her fingers touched the keyboard, a sudden pain clenched deep in her abdomen. Sophia bit down on her lip, waiting for it to pass. No, it was too soon. She still had 3 weeks. Everything had to go according to plan. Through the glass door, she watched Damien stride across the room, exuding control. Sophia closed her eyes, whispering to herself, "It's fine, I have this under control." She had no idea this secret, this carefully built lie, was seconds away from unraveling. Sophia had once believed she would never make a mistake like this. But that night in Chicago, she let emotions win over reason. A raging storm had delayed their flight indefinitely. While waiting, she and Damien sat at the hotel bar, both exhausted after a long day of negotiations. "One drink won't make you lose control, Sophia," Damien had said, his sharp eyes softer than usual. One drink, then another. Their conversation shifted from work to something more personal. The sacrifices made for success, the lonely nights in the office, and then in the dimly lit bar filled with the haze of whiskey and unspoken words, the line between them blurred. The first kiss in the elevator, his breath warm against her skin as the hotel room door clicked shut, the whispered words, the burning touch of his fingers against her body. By morning, the storm had cleared. Damien had simply buttoned his crisp shirt, his face unreadable, his touch absent, like the night had never happened. No promises, no lingering looks. Just her, left alone with the consequence. Sophia tried to push the memories aside and focus on work, but the pain from this morning hadn't faded. It had only gotten worse. After work, she went to her best friend Elena Brooks' apartment. The moment Elena saw her, she frowned. "You don't look okay, Sophia. You're pale." "I'm just tired," she lied. But the moment she sat down, a sharp pain clinched her lower abdomen, making her grip the armrest. "That's not exhaustion, that's labor," Elena shouted. "I'm calling an ambulance." "No!" Panic surged through Sophia. If she went to the hospital, Damien would find out. Elena clenched her jaw. "Then at least let me call an Uber." The car weaved through New York's evening traffic as Sophia tried to convince herself these were just Braxton Hicks contractions. But when her water suddenly broke, reality hit her like a freight train. She was in labor. Before she could catch her breath, a car in front of them swerved sharply. Screeching tires, the deafening crunch of metal against metal, the violent jolt sent Sophia's world spinning. The impact hurled Sophia forward. A sharp pain tore through her stomach. Her phone slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the floor. "Sophia!" Elena screamed, but her voice sounded distant. When the world stopped spinning, all Sophia could feel was the warm wetness between her legs and the searing pain spreading through her body. The baby wasn't waiting anymore. A paramedic yanked the door open, his voice urgent over the radio. "Female, approximately 34 weeks pregnant, motor vehicle accident, active labor. We need immediate transport to the hospital." Elena grabbed Sophia's phone from the floor, the screen cracked but still glowing. The emergency contact flashed across the screen. Damien Lancaster. Damien Lancaster sat in the executive boardroom of Lancaster Holdings, reviewing a multi-million-dollar contract. Everything was going according to plan, just as he always ensured it did. Then his phone rang. He almost ignored it, but when he saw the caller ID, a chill ran down his spine. "Mount Sinai Hospital," he answered, his voice steady as always. "Damien Lancaster." "Mr. Lancaster, This is Dr. Regina Chen from Mount Sinai's emergency department. We're calling regarding Sophia Carter. She's been in an accident and is currently in labor. Time froze. In labor? His voice dropped to a lethal calm. She's approximately 34 weeks pregnant. We need you to come immediately. The blood in his veins turned to ice. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. Sophia leaving early, the loose blazers, the way she had avoided his gaze. She had been hiding this from him for months. And now the truth came crashing down like a tidal wave, drowning every ounce of control he thought he had. All rational thought disappeared as he shot to his feet, grabbing his coat. "Don't let her leave," he ordered before hanging up. No one dared to stop him as he strode through the office, his presence cutting through the air like a blade. As he sped through Manhattan's traffic, only one question repeated in his mind. Why did she think he didn't deserve to know? When Damien stepped through the hospital doors, the world around him blurred into insignificance. Sophia was pregnant. She had been carrying his child for 8 months and had never said a word. A nurse led him to the emergency room. The doors swung open and he saw her, lying on the hospital bed, pale from pain, hair damp with sweat, but still, Sophia. Her eyes widened when she saw him. Maybe she had hoped he wouldn't come. "Damien?" Her voice was hoarse, breathless. "I was going to tell you." A violent contraction cut off her words. Damien's fists clenched. Anger, betrayal, confusion, all of it swirled inside him, but right now only one thing mattered. He stepped to her bedside, took her trembling hand in his. "We will talk about this, but not now." His voice was steady, unwavering. "Right now, you need to focus on delivering our child." She stared up at him, uncertainty clouding her expression. But then another contraction hit, and she gripped his hand so tightly that her nails dug into his skin. "Doctor, the baby is crowning," a nurse called. "Sophia, you need to push," the doctor urged. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I can't." "Yes, you can." Damien's tone was firm, unwavering. He leaned down, gripping her hand tighter. "I've worked with you for years. I've never seen you back down. Don't start now." Sophia's breath hitched. Then she nodded. The next contraction came. She pushed with everything she had. A sharp, piercing cry filled the room. "Congratulations, it's a boy." Sophia broke into sobs. Damien stood frozen, watching as the nurse wrapped the tiny baby in a blanket. Someone handed him scissors. Would Dad like to cut the cord? For the first time in his life, Damien Lancaster had no idea what to do. But as he held the scissors, hovering over the umbilical cord, something shifted. This wasn't a business deal. This wasn't a calculated move. This was his son. But somehow, his hands remained steady as he severed the delicate connection between mother and child. And in that moment, he knew. Everything had changed forever. Damien didn't leave the hospital, even after the doctors assured him that both Sophia and the baby were fine. He stayed, sitting silently beside her bed, his sharp gray eyes never straying far from her or the newborn. Hours later, when Sophia finally woke, she found herself in the quiet recovery ward. Beside her, Damien was holding Lucas Lancaster in his arms. The sight made her throat tighten. "You're still here?" she whispered. Damien looked up, his face unreadable. He hadn't slept, yet he didn't seem tired. "Did you think I'd leave?" His voice was low, dangerous. Sophia gripped the blanket tighter. "You don't have to do this, Damien. You don't owe me anything." Damien was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, stepping closer to her bed. "Oh, you?" His brow lifted. "Sophia, do you really think I'd find out I have a son and just walk away?" She bit her lip, looking away. "You don't have to take responsibility. I can handle this on my own." Damien placed Lucas carefully in the bassinet beside her, then leaned in, hands braced on the edge of her bed. There were only inches between them now. "Is that what you think?" His voice had gone rough. "That I'm only here out of obligation?" Sophia's breath caught. "You're Damien Lancaster. You don't believe in marriage. You don't believe in family. I've heard you say it 100 times. Damien studied her for a long moment. "Then let me prove you wrong, Sophia. Not with words, not with promises, but with actions. With us. 3 days later, the doctor cleared Sophia for discharge. Damien had arranged everything. A sleek black SUV waited outside. A nurse carefully secured Lucas in the car seat. Everything ran smoothly, efficiently, just as Damien Lancaster always ensured. Sophia sat in the passenger seat, a storm raging inside her. She knew she should feel grateful. Instead, all she felt was trapped. When they arrived at Damien's penthouse, the doors opened, and she froze. This place had always been minimalistic, cold, devoid of any signs of life beyond its luxurious furniture. But now, a crib stood neatly in the master bedroom. Baby formula, a changing table, a bottle warmer, all perfectly arranged. Sophia turned to Damien. "You did all this in 3 days?" He shrugged off his coat, voice calm. "I don't intend to be an absent father." But that only made her panic more. "Damien, I can't stay here." He stilled. "What?" She took a deep breath. "I had a plan. I was moving to Boston. I got a job offer there." "Liam Whitmore." Damien's voice was no longer sharp. It was lethal, dripping with controlled fury. "You were planning to take my son away?" Sophia clenched her hands. "I wasn't taking him from you. I just..." "Just what, Sophia?" He stepped closer, his gaze burning into her. "You think I'm just doing my duty? You think I'd let you walk away without a fight?" Her throat tightened. "I can't stay here just because you feel obligated." Damien stared at her for a long moment. Then slowly, he nodded. "If you want to leave, I won't stop you." She hadn't expected that. "But don't think for a second that I won't fight to keep my son in my life." Her heart pounded. She had been prepared to leave. So why did it feel like she was the one being left behind? The next morning, Sophia woke with a heavy sense of unease. She was no longer in the hospital, but the air in Damien's penthouse felt more suffocating than any sterile white walls. She quietly stepped into the living room, only to find Damien already awake, standing by the window, his phone clutched tightly in his hand. Before she could ask what was wrong, her own phone buzzed nonstop. The moment she unlocked it, her blood ran cold. Front page headline: CEO Damien Lancaster's secret baby with former assistant, hidden for 8 months. Paparazzi photos of her at the hospital, of Damien, his face unreadable as he walked through the ER doors. Her breath hitched. A cold dread settled in her chest. She looked up at Damien, her voice barely above a whisper. "How?" "Whitmore." Damien's jaw tightened. "He was at the office yesterday. He must have overheard something, and now the entire world knows." Sophia gripped her phone. "This could destroy your reputation," she whispered. "I don't care," Damien cut her off, "but I won't let them drag you through the mud." Another message popped up on her phone. An email from the board of directors. "We need to face this," Damien said. "Right now." 20 minutes later, they entered the main conference room of Lancaster Holdings, where the board was waiting. But that wasn't the only thing that made Sophia's stomach twist. The press was there too. A reporter stood the moment they walked in. "Mr. Lancaster, rumors say Ms. Carter was promoted because she's the mother of your child. Care to comment?" Damien didn't hesitate. "Ms. Carter was promoted because she's one of the most capable employees at Lancaster Holdings. That is the only reason." "And your personal relationship with her?" Sophia took a deep breath. This moment would change everything. Sophia could feel the camera flashes exploding around her, the scrutinizing gazes of the board members drilling into her. She glanced at Damien. He was calm, composed, but his hand resting on the table was clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Another reporter spoke up. "Mr. Lancaster, what about the child? Do you intend to publicly acknowledge your role?" Damien straightened, his voice steady and firm. "Lucas Lancaster is my son. I have nothing to hide." Silence fell over the room. Sophia swallowed hard. This was it. If she didn't speak now, the rumors would spiral out of control. She clenched her hands, then stepped forward. "I hid this because I was afraid," she said, her voice clear despite her pounding heart. Not because I wanted to manipulate anyone, but because I didn't know how to face it. A moment of silence. Then, a reporter asked, "Afraid of what, Miss Carter?" She took a deep breath and turned to Damien. Afraid he wouldn't want a family, afraid that if I told him he would see it as a burden rather than something precious. Damien stared at her. Then, in front of the entire press and boardroom, he reached for the microphone. "The only thing I regret," he said slowly, "is that she didn't tell me sooner." The entire room seemed to freeze. And if anyone in this room believes I'd let the woman I love and the mother of my child walk away, then you've grossly underestimated who I am. A murmur swept through the audience, but Sophia could only look at Damien. He wasn't looking away. He was here. For her. For Lucas. 6 months later, autumn rain drizzled over New York. Inside Damien's penthouse, the golden glow of the lights cast a warm contrast to the storm that had changed everything half a year ago. Sophia stood by the window, cradling Lucas in her arms. He had grown so much, soft brown hair curling at his forehead, gray eyes mirroring the man who had claimed him as his own. "What are you thinking about?" Damien's voice came from behind her. Sophia smiled softly. "Chicago. That storm." Damien stepped closer, wrapping an arm around both her and their son. "Oh?" She nodded. "Back then, I thought it was just a fleeting moment. A mistake." Damien leaned down, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "And now?" Sophia turned to face him, no longer afraid, no longer uncertain. "Now," she whispered, "I think it was the beginning of us." Damien smiled, one of those rare, unguarded smiles that only she and Lucas ever saw. "I think so too." Outside, the rain continued to fall, but this time, it didn't signal the end of something. It marked a new beginning. A real family born not from perfection, but from love, struggle, and the choice to stay. The weight of her backpack felt heavier with every step as Anna hurried down the sidewalk, exhaustion settling into her bones after 3 back-to-back classes and an 8-hour shift at the coffee shop. The biting November air cut through her thin jacket, a sharp reminder that winter was approaching, and she still couldn't afford a proper coat. When the No 42 bus pulled up, Anna let out a quiet sigh of relief. She climbed aboard, flashing her monthly pass at the driver, a grumpy middle-aged man with perpetually furrowed brows, before slumping into a window seat. Resting her forehead against the cool glass, she watched the city lights blur together, her eyelids growing heavy. "Wait!" A male voice rang out just as the doors began to close. The driver scowled but begrudgingly reopened them. A young man in his early 20s jogged aboard, slightly out of breath. He wore a plain gray sweater that somehow looked expensive, his dark brown hair tousled by the wind. There was something about his confident posture that made a few passengers glance up. "There'll be $3.50, the driver announced flatly. The young man patted his pockets, his expression shifting from confusion to growing panic. I think I left my wallet at home." His voice faltered, embarrassment flickering across his features. "No money, no ride," the driver said, already gesturing toward the door. "I've got a schedule to keep." Anna observed the exchange, recognizing the unmistakable look of humiliation. She knew that feeling all too well. Without overthinking it, she stood up, walked forward, and reached into her pocket for the loose change she'd received as tips earlier. "Here," she said, extending $3.25. "I've got it." The young man turned to her, surprise evident in his amber eyes. For a moment he seemed about to refuse, but then he nodded, gratitude softening his face. "Thank you. I'll pay you back." "Don't worry about it," Anna offered a tired smile before returning to her seat. The young man took a seat a few rows ahead, glancing back at her occasionally. But Anna hardly noticed, lost in thoughts of tomorrow's exam and whether her mother had remembered to take her medication. What she didn't know was that she had just helped Tom Whitaker, heir to the Whitaker Grand Hotel empire, with luxury properties spanning 3 continents. The same Tom whose face sometimes appeared in business magazines beside headlines about the future of the hospitality industry. As the bus rumbled through the city streets, 2 worlds briefly intersected, neither realizing that this small moment would change everything. The espresso machine whirred as Anna worked behind the counter, her hands moving with the effortless precision of someone who had spent 2 years perfecting the art of making coffee. Even on the most exhausting days, she could steam milk and pour perfect latte art without a second thought. "Grande caramel latte with almond milk," Anna called, sliding the cup across the counter without looking up. "Thanks," a familiar voice replied. Anna glanced up instinctively and froze. Standing before her, wearing the same confident expression, was the guy from the bus. "It's you?" she blurted out. He shrugged, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Told you I'd pay you back." "You didn't have to come all this way just for $3.50, Anna said, still caught off guard. "Maybe I just wanted good coffee too," Tom replied, a hint of something playful in his voice. "I'm Tom, by the way." "Anna," she responded automatically, but before she could say more, Lisa, her co-worker, nudged her urgently. "We've got 6 people waiting on drinks, Anna." "Right, sorry." She turned back to her work, but she could still feel Tom's gaze on her as he stepped away from the counter. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him take a seat by the window, pulling out a book instead of his phone, an oddly refreshing detail. Throughout her shift, their eyes met occasionally, brief glances quickly averted. When the rush finally died down, Anna grabbed a rag and approached his table. "So," she said, smirking, "do you make a habit of forgetting your wallet?" Tom chuckled, closing his book. "Not usually. Yesterday was unusual." "How so?" Anna teased. Tom hesitated slightly before answering. "Let's just say I'm trying something new." Anna raised an eyebrow. "Mysterious?" "Not intentionally," he admitted, his expression turning more serious. "Honestly, I came back for another reason. Yesterday, you were the first person who did something nice for me without expecting anything in return." "It was just bus fare," Anna said, a little thrown by his intensity. "Still," Tom said earnestly, "I'd like to thank you properly. Maybe with coffee, sometime when you're not working." Anna studied him carefully. There was something about him she couldn't quite figure out, something he wasn't saying, but his eyes seemed genuine. "I don't even know you," she pointed out. "That's the point of coffee, isn't it? To get to know someone," Tom grinned. Before she could answer, her manager's voice called from behind the counter. "Anna, your break's over." She hesitated, then glanced back at Tom. "I'm here most mornings," he said quickly. "Think about it." Anna nodded slightly before returning to work. For the rest of her shift, she found herself glancing at the spot where he had been sitting, but the next time she looked, the seat was empty. And strangely, she found herself feeling disappointed. Mornings at Brew and Bean had become part of Tom's routine. Every day, without fail, he showed up, ordered a black coffee, and settled into his usual seat by the window. At first, Anna told herself it was just a coincidence. But as the days passed and he kept returning, she couldn't deny the truth. She had started to look forward to those fleeting glances and the short conversations they shared when the shop wasn't too busy. "You really like the coffee here that much?" Anna teased one morning as she wiped down the table near him. Tom smirked, stirring his coffee lazily. "Maybe I just like the place for a different reason." Anna rolled her eyes, but the smile tugging at her lips gave her away. After a few weeks, their interactions extended beyond the coffee shop. At first, it was accidental. Bumping into each other at a bookstore, spotting each other at a small diner near Anna's university. But then, the meetings were no longer coincidences. One evening, after Anna's shift ended, Tom was waiting outside. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. She hesitated for just a second before nodding. They strolled through the city streets, the glow of streetlights casting soft golden hues around them. They talked about everything: music, art, places they dreamed of visiting. Anna shared her love for Renaissance paintings, her dream of working in a museum someday. Tom listened, his eyes fixed on her, taking in every word. But when she turned the questions on him, his family, his past, why he left his job, his answers remained vague. "I used to work in business," he said simply, "but it wasn't the kind of life I wanted." Anna sensed he was holding something back, but she didn't press. What she didn't know was that, despite wanting to open up to her, Tom wasn't ready to let her see the full truth just yet. It was late afternoon, and Brew and Bean was busier than usual. Anna moved quickly behind the counter, calling out orders, barely pausing to catch her breath. The rush was so intense that she hardly noticed when Tom walked in. "Cappuccino, please." She glanced up instinctively, a small smile forming before she even realized it. "You again?" Tom shrugged, dropping a $5 bill into the tip jar. "Told you, I like this place." Before they could say more, the door chimed and a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepped inside. Anna barely registered his presence, but she noticed the way Tom tensed the moment their eyes met. "Tom?" The man squinted, his tone laced with surprise and amusement. "No way." Tom turned away slightly, as if hoping to go unnoticed. "Too late." "Didn't expect to find you in a place like this," the man continued, smirking. "Let me guess. You're experiencing life among the common folk?" Anna frowned, glancing between Tom and the stranger. But before she could ask, another voice cut through the air. Tom Whitaker. A journalist, her press badge swinging from her neck, stood near the counter, phone raised, camera ready. The heir to Whitaker Grand Hotels, slumming it in a local coffee shop. Is this part of some elaborate PR stunt? The room seemed to tilt. Tom Whitaker? As in Whitaker Grand Hotels? The luxury chain with billboards all over the city? Anna turned to Tom, but he said nothing. His silence told her everything. "Anna," Tom started, stepping toward her. She took a step back. "Who are you?" "I was going to tell you," he said quietly, desperation creeping into his voice. "I just needed the right moment." "The right moment?" Anna let out a bitter laugh. "You had weeks. And now I find out from a reporter instead of from you?" The murmurs around the cafe grew louder. Lisa, standing nearby, crossed her arms. "Knew something was off," she muttered. Anna inhaled sharply, trying to keep her emotions in check. She felt exposed, humiliated. Every conversation they'd had, every time he listened to her talk about struggling to pay rent, about her mother's medical bills. Tom had known. He had always known. "You lied to me from the start," she whispered. "No, I never—" "Don't," she cut him off. "I can't do this." She pulled off her apron, feeling suffocated, and turned toward the exit. Tom could only stand there, watching as she disappeared through the door. And in that moment, he knew. He had lost her. Tom stood frozen outside Brew and Bean, watching as Anna disappeared into the bustling city crowd. He wanted to chase after her, to explain, to make her stay. But how could he, when he had already shattered the trust between them? For the first time in his life, words weren't enough. 2 days later, in the massive penthouse apartment his family owned, Tom stood before his father, Richard Whitaker, the man who had dictated his future since the day he was born. "You've caused enough of a mess," Richard said, his tone cool, calculated. "The media is circling like vultures. It's time to stop pretending and step back into the life you were meant for." Tom met his father's gaze, steady and unflinching. "I'm not coming back." Richard scoffed. "And what do you plan to do? Walk away from an empire? All for some barista?" "No," Tom said firmly. "I'm leaving because I refuse to live a life that isn't mine." 3 days later, Tom left the city with nothing but a small backpack and what little savings he had. He didn't know exactly where he was going, only that he needed to figure out who he was without the weight of the Whitaker name. What he didn't know was that, even from a distance, Anna was still watching. 3 weeks had passed since everything fell apart. Anna threw herself into work and school, but no matter how busy she kept herself, she couldn't erase Tom from her thoughts. The question nagged at her. If he was just a liar, why would he walk away from everything? She avoided reading about Whitaker Grand Hotels, but every time she accidentally came across a headline about the missing heir, her heart clenched. One evening, as she set the table for dinner in their tiny apartment, her mother, Margaret, spoke up. "You're still thinking about him." Anna sighed, setting down the plates. "I don't know." "Then why do you still check the news for updates on him?" Anna stayed silent. Her mother studied her for a long moment before saying gently, "If you really want to close this chapter, you need to hear the truth for yourself." Anna tossed and turned, but sleep refused to come. Her mind raced with conflicting emotions. Anger, confusion, something dangerously close to hope. She reached for her laptop, hesitating before typing his name. Did she really want to open this door again? And yet, before she could stop herself, her fingers moved on their own, searching for any trace of where he had gone. She typed Tom Whitaker into the search bar. Not to find articles about his family, but to track down where he had gone. At Pinewood Lodge, a small secluded inn in the mountains, far from the glass towers of the city. And for the first time in weeks, Anna knew exactly what she needed to do. The winding road leading to Pinewood Lodge snaked through misty mountain ridges. As the bus came to a stop at a gravel-lined path, Anna pulled her coat tighter around her. In the distance, the lodge came into view, a rustic wooden building, a stark contrast to the sleek luxury of Whitaker hotels. She took a steadying breath before stepping inside. Behind the front desk, an older man with a graying beard looked up. "Looking for a room?" Anna shook her head. "I'm looking for someone. Tom Whitaker. He works here." The man's brows lifted slightly before he nodded. "He's cleaning rooms. I'll get him." Before Anna could fully brace herself, a door behind the desk swung open. Tom walked out, carrying a stack of towels. Their eyes met. Tom froze, nearly dropping the towels. Anna held her breath, her heart pounding. She didn't know what she expected. An apologetic look? A hesitant smile? But all she saw was pure shock in his amber gaze. "Anna?" His voice was rough, disbelieving. She swallowed. "Hey, Tom." The lodge manager quietly excused himself, leaving them alone in the hushed space. "What are you doing here?" Tom finally asked. "I don't know," Anna admitted. "I just needed to hear the truth from you." Tom exhaled, setting the towels down. "I should have told you from the beginning." Anna crossed her arms, studying him. "Then tell me now." Tom took a deep breath. "I didn't want you to see me as a Whitaker. I grew up in a world where people only cared about money and power. When I left, I wanted to figure out who I was without all of that. And then I met you." Anna held his gaze. "And you thought lying was the best way?" "No," Tom said quietly. "I was wrong. But with you, for the first time, I wasn't an heir. I was just a guy on a bus, someone who liked coffee, someone who loved listening to you talk about art." A cold wind drifted in through an open window, but Anna didn't feel the chill. "Have you changed?" she asked. Tom looked straight into her eyes. "I don't know if it's enough, but I know I'm never going back to the life I left behind." The silence between them no longer felt heavy. It was just two people, once lost to each other, standing in a quiet mountain lodge, trying to find something worth holding on to again. Mornings in the mountains were far quieter than the city. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the pines, casting a golden glow over the still waters of the lake outside Pinewood Lodge. Anna sat on a wooden bench, cradling a cup of hot coffee between her hands. Beside her, Tom sat in silence, watching the gentle ripples across the surface. "Are you planning to stay here forever?" she asked, breaking the quiet. Tom took a deep breath, as if weighing his answer. "I don't know. It's peaceful here, but it's not everything I want." Anna nodded. She understood. In some ways, Tom had found himself here, but that didn't mean he was meant to stay. Setting her cup down, she turned to him. "So, what are you going to do next?" Tom met her gaze, a slow smile forming. "I think it's time to go back to the real world, but on my own terms." A few months later, Tom returned to the city, not to reclaim Whitaker Grand Hotels, but to build something of his own, a consulting firm that helped small, independent hotels compete against corporate giants. Instead of using his expertise to grow his family's wealth, he used it to help those trying to succeed on their own terms. Anna, too, followed her own path. She graduated and landed her dream job at a renowned art museum. But most importantly, they remained together. They took their time. No secrets, no masks. Just two people who had chosen each other, day by day, step by step. One evening, at the first exhibition Anna curated, Tom arrived just as she was feeling the weight of nervous anticipation. "I figured you could use some encouragement," he said, handing her a small wrapped box. Anna opened it. Inside was an antique silver bookmark engraved with Renaissance patterns. "You always talk about forgotten female artists," Tom explained. "I found this at an old bookshop. It reminded me of you." Anna smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. Some love stories weren't about fate. They weren't about grand gestures or fairy tale endings. Sometimes love was simply about a choice, choosing each other every single day, despite everything.